Some members who are not well and therefore may not be joining us, so we shall proceed. Honorable members, may we all rise and take a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. We may take our seats. Let me welcome all the honorable members who are present, the MECs, the members of the provincial legislature, the departmental staff, and the municipality of Dr. KwaZulu-Natal local municipality. I'd like you to move forward and occupy the table, and we will start the proceedings. We want to convey our apologies for various members. Nkosi Buthelezi is indisposed and has been out on a medical leave. Member Labuskachne, the same. The other members have had to depart because of the various logistical arrangements associated with members who have had to leave. So Honorable Sompa, Honorable Tireko, Honorable Van Sale have been released, so they will not be joining us in this municipality. Honorable Mkhalipi has also been taken by other work and therefore is not going to be here with us. Honorable Ndamase, who is joining us but will be a bit late, but he will also leave a bit earlier in the day. So we will proceed. We want to welcome the MECs again who are here. For us, it's very helpful to have engagement with municipalities in the presence of the provincial leadership. The Speaker also has been having parallel competing programs, so indicated she may not be able to join us, and if she does, it will be kind of in and out. But we do appreciate the fact that we have had presence of the provincial leadership as we go through this exercise. That is mainly because not only are they hosting, but also because there's a lot of follow-ups that have to be done on the matters that we discuss here. And we also just ensure that there's a huge alignment of the interspherical coordination of the three spheres of governance. So we will then proceed welcoming the Dr. KwaZulu-Natal municipality. We would like you to understand you are appearing in front of a joint committee oversight program with the portfolio committee of COCTA, standing committee on the Auditor General and SCOPA, from National Assembly, as well as the similar committees from the provincial legislature. In addition, you have the Speaker, who is part of the legislature, and members of the legislature right across. You've got the Premier, although not present now, but was also part of the program at the beginning and at the end, delegated the MECs to also represent the Office of the Premier. The basis of our presence is the discussion emanating from the Auditor General's report. We are going to go through that discussion, but we're also looking at various other issues of service delivery, issues of concern that have come to our attention from the public, from the media, from the various agencies, and we are therefore discussing issues of fighting corruption, investigations that are relating to that, and issues of community concerns in general. We will offer you 15 minutes within which to introduce your team, and then in the process you will also do highlights of your municipality and open for engagement. We've got extra seats, but we do note that your frontline delegation is not gender representative, so we take it seriously. We're not looking for window dressing, so don't look back and start recruiting for window dressing point of view. We would like to know that from your top leadership, there's gender balance. So you will take us through that, so we want you to understand that that matter is a serious matter of government policy. Well, with that, let's welcome you, Mayor and your team. Please take us through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you. I'm Councillor Sifiso Poswa, who is the Speaker of Dr. NTZ municipality. I'm going to represent our Mayor, Councillor PS Msomi. Unfortunately, she's not with us. She's sick. She has been admitted yesterday here in Midlands Hospital. We tried to get hold of our Honorable Deputy Mayor. Unfortunately, her phone was off, even though yesterday she was a little bit not good, which means from the side of political leadership, I'm going alone, and we wish to apologize on that, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Premier, the MECs, members of the legislature, members of National Assembly, si Kulege Emma Kosini. Greetings to all stakeholders that are present here. And in the interest of time, I wish to say all protocol is observed. I will start my presentation by reading the demographic and development profile under Dr. NTZ municipality. Dr. KwaZulu-Natal Zuma local municipality is the second largest local municipality in the district in terms of population, which resulted from the merger of Kwasani local municipality and Ingwe local municipality. It is composed of a total population of 128,565 as indicated in the table below. Stats SA Community Survey 2022. Dr. KwaZulu-Natal Zuma municipality is predominantly rural municipality with 5 main towns within its boundaries. This include Crichton, Bulwer, Donnybrook, Underbeck, and Heimville. Kwasani IDP 2015-2016, KZN 436 IDP 2015/2016. The most spoken language in the local municipality is isiZulu. In addition, the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini municipality is a predominantly a rural municipality with a relative high agricultural potential. However, there is a decline in some agricultural activities such as subsistence farming that has been reduced to a small scale food gardens. Agricultural activities are impacted by a lack of external markets and excess of infrastructure available to rural municipality. This limits the municipality from exploring available economic opportunities in agriculture. Kwasani IDP 2015/16. The settlement within Dr. NTZ municipality owe their particular methodology of apartheid, special engineering, and associated restriction on urban housing opportunities and access to commercial agricultural land. This being noted, these rural townships are not without economic potential both in terms of agricultural production and tourism sector developments and services. In terms of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa, the Municipal Structures Act and the Municipal System Act, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma municipality is primarily responsible for the provision of the following: gravel road construction and maintenance, development and maintenance of community facilities, waste collection services, waste local economic developments, LED initiatives, implementation of social services and community development programs, town planning and development services. The municipality is not designated as a water services authority or an electricity service provider. The provision of water and sanitation services is the responsibility of the district municipality, while electricity supply is provided by ESCOM. Consequently, the municipality relies on the district municipality and ESCOM for the delivery of these activities, and therefore does not budget for or report on water and electricity infrastructure project within its SDBIP, except where coordination and support roles are required. 2022 demographics by Stats SA dependence ration groups. The table below present the dependence ratio in Dr. NTZ, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini municipality, local municipality. The figures below indicate that ages 15 to 64 have a high dependence ratio compared to the other ages. This implies that the population is dependent on the working class. The overall dependence ratio in the municipality is 64.91, as many people are also dependent on government to supply basic services. The majority of the population consists of youth. Therefore, the municipality should ensure that the growing population are accommodated and catered for. Democratic for Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, this is the table. Age is completed years by province, district, and municipality. As you can see there in the table, 0 to 14 years, it's 42,188. In Herigwala, it's 188,876. 15 to 64 under Dr. NTZ were 77,960. In Herigwala district were 340,967. 65 and above is in Dr. NTZ 8,418, and under Herigwala district is 34,050. Dependence ratio is 64.91. Traditional boundaries. These are 11 traditional council, TC namely, We got Amakuze Tribal Authority, Amangwane Tribal Authority, Batlogwa TC, Bidla TC, Isbonilo Sihle TC, Makala Kwala TC, Matzigane Pacha TC, Maguzwana TC, Memela or Sizanani TC, Vezoguhle TC, and Zashuge TC. Structuring elements, the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma local municipality is characterized by the following structural elements. The main economy centers within the local municipality are Underberg, Heimville, Bulwer, Donnybrook, and Crichton, servicing the rural hinterland. All these economic centers are underdeveloped. Under Bulwer and Donnybrook are located on provincial roads, which is the R617 and R612, which link the municipality to neighboring local municipality. It is the home of the Southern Berg, Ukatlam Ragnsberg World Heritage Site, which is an area of outstanding natural beauty. The Underberg town in particular is strategically located with a tourism advantage as it borders Lesotho, Wisanipas, northwesterly, Umkoma's wilderness area to the west, Greater Kokstad to the southwest, Eastern Cape to the south, and Impen, the local municipality, to the north. The geographical size following the 2016 amalgamation made it the largest municipality within Harry Gwala district family. The major rivers in the municipality area are Umkoma's and Umzimkulu rivers, which both form part of Umkoma's to Umzimkulu water management area. It is one of the important agricultural hubs, the livestock industry, semi-intensive beef, potato production, maize, and strong commercial forestry sector within Harry Gwala district. It is also characterized with numerous opportunities for tourism, which includes rail and avitourism. Let us move to governance and institutional arrangements. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini local municipality is comprised of 29 councillors and 2 traditional leaders. Her worship, or councillor name, her worship, the mayor, Councillor P.S. Msomi, she's a female, under ANC organization, she's a PR councillor. And the deputy mayor is Councillor K.A. Hadebe, who is a female, under ANC political party, she is a PR councillor. And number 3, the speaker, Councillor S.S. Poswa, who is a male from ANC political party, he is also a ward councillor. And the EXCO member, Councillor R.S. Mlocha, who was a male.
Kancane nje akuncede somlomo. Ngoba wabhalile amagama. Hayi uvela ukhombe nje ukuthi nanka yasowabona uqhubeke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are 29 councillors. And, okay, okay, yeah, this is all okay. Let me go to attendance of councillors in different portfolio committees during 2024-2025 and financial year, as it is tabled here. And the portfolio committees, we do have portfolio committees, Women Caucus Portfolio Committee. Okay, let me move. Yeah, even the MPEC is functional. Oh, yeah. So go. Yes, okay. Oh, administrative governance structure, which is MENCO, as you can see, the following structures serve as administrative governance of the organization, being headed by the municipal manager, Mr. M.N.C. Vezi, as the head of administration. The management committee consists of all senior managers and sits as in when required by the accounting offer. The extended management committee consists of both senior managers and middle managers, and it sits on a monthly basis and also chaired by the municipal manager. The following table indicate the dates when these two structures met during the financial year. I won't read that table. And the skills development report for senior managers, as we can see their qualifications. I'll read maybe from, for our municipal manager. Yes, yeah, the table is in front of us. Let me go through all the.
I think you should focus on issues of your structure, your functional, issues of financial management, audit issues, as well as service delivery issues. The names of managers and structure and you can just pass that because it's all on the record here. You've just got now another 6 minutes to deal with this.
Oh, yes. And with due respect, Chairperson, if you can allow me maybe to pass this report to our municipal manager, Mr. Vizi, if you can allow me that.
He's now got 5 minutes. Proceed.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. The infrastructure projects are greetings. The infrastructure projects are outlined there in terms of the years for the upcoming financial year, which is the current financial year, which is 25-26, low esiguona, and the capital budget in terms of UMIC. The capital budget, the inter-capital budget is 67 million, 67.9. Sithola ke grant kamiki 38 million. We are a grant-dependent municipality. We are a rural municipality with the small towns of Underbeck, Heimville, Bulwer, Crichton, and Donnybrook. We are grant-dependent. And
You
on
are
page
the
24,
opposites now. Your mic is so far we can't hear you.
okay, I'm saying we are grant-dependent, a grant-dependent municipality. Most of the households are rural households that don't pay rates. We are only dependent on a few small towns. On page 24, we outline the budget as it stands for the current financial year. And then I will go straight to the oversight report to COGTA. The questions that were put to us. One was that the municipality relies much more on the Auditor General to achieve unqualified audit opinions. Yes, Chair, in the past we did rely on the AG. But for the last financial year, which is 24-25, our AFS were clean instant. We did not require the AG to make corrections and everything. We just
Bring
were
it
clean instant.
closer, and you don't use acronyms. Bring it closer. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Our AFS were clean instant. The last audit, 24-25. We did not need the Auditor General to make any corrections or to propose any corrections. So our AFS are clean this time. And for us, it's an achievement because ever since we were formed in 2016, it's the first time that we're achieving clean AFS. We have graduated from the time where we rely on the AG to correct. We are now on our own. We are able to achieve on our own. And we do it, we don't use consultants. We do it. The team that is here, they do AFS and their AFS achieve clean audit, instant, without the AG saying anything. Inadequate review of service delivery and budget implementation plan, we want to concede on this one. The last audit, this was the only finding by the Auditor General. It was only out of 66 KPIs that were audited. Only this one we were found wanting, where we failed to adequately and satisfactorily describe the work that has to be done in Bulwer. So we had one finding. With regards to the other matter, which was uncompetitive or unfair procurement process, yes, for the last year, 23-24, Chair, the UI total amount, the quantum of UIFW was only 495,000. I always say to my team, UIFW can be there, cannot be there. But let's look at the quantum. How much was your UIFW? In 23-24, 24, it was only 495,000 rand only. Not 425 million, just 425,000 rand only. Then the last audit, 24-25, I'm proud, Chair, 0 UIFW, nothing. No unauthorized, no irregular, no fruitless, no wasteful, nothing. So our SCM is clean, the AFS are clean, the SCM is clean. Only one area where we found wanting is PMS, and we want to concede that we need to develop capacity at the level of PMS so that we are able to achieve better. We are going for a clean audit. Which was the other one? Oh, the other one was on repairs and maintenance, Chair. The question was on repairs and maintenance. The law provides that a municipality must budget 8% of its total, the total value of its asset register. My asset register, Chair, is 585 million. That's half a billion. And if I had to budget 8% of that, it means I need 46 million rand to budget money for R&M only, for repairs and maintenance only. And my MIG budget is 38 million. That would mean I have to take the entire MIG budget and use it for repairs and maintenance and aid another 8 million. That would mean we are taking one step forward, 2 steps backwards, saying we are going forward. Actually, I am saying, Chair, we acknowledge the law says 8.8%. We don't have that kind of money. We don't have it. So we are budgeting less because we can't afford it. But I always take comfort, Chair, in saying the money that we budget, the current budget, currently we have set aside 16.5 million rand for R&M. And last year, we had set aside 12.8 million for R&M. That money is generally sufficient to cover our expenses way to Stalo, even though in 8%.
Ivale dweba. Ivale sekuzwakela. Isikhathi siphelile.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have noted your apology for the mayor. Of course, Mayor, then it helps you to deal with my opening comment about the issue of gender. So then the comment will be withdrawn. We wish the mayor a speedy recovery. We then move to get the members to raise comments and questions, and let's take it from there. Do we have issues? That's one. Okay, let me see this side. Or the whole house. Thank you. That's fine. Let's start from here.
A delegation from NTZ municipality. We highly respect NTZ, the person. Just a few questions from me. I think the first one will be, or maybe let me express my view around the issue of you unable to find the deputy mayor. And I can almost imagine how difficult it is for the public to do so. If you working with him or her, struggled to find her and you couldn't locate her, it's quite disappointing. For the mayor, we understand an ailment cannot be predetermined. But the first issue that I would like clarity on is on the issue of the 2.4 million Isbaya, the crow, that was built by the municipality. It's an animal shed, that's what they call it. It's a creating animal shed that was built for 2 million, and we've seen pictures of it circulating on the media. And it didn't look like a 2.4 million worth of pictures. But maybe there's more clarity that you guys can be able to give us on it. Number two, there's a Kilman sports field that was renovated. Allegedly, the budget has been spent, however, it's incomplete. Maybe give us clarity on that. Number three, we would, rumors or there are allegations that the municipality is highly intolerant of people's preference of different political parties in terms of employment. And we would want to give you an opportunity to clear that. A case in point is that there was an intern who was in SCM unit who was removed post the identification of her affiliation, which happened to be from Wesizwe Party. Just clarify that and give us assurance that in your processes, you do not give preferences to people of your own political party. And maybe you can give reasons other than the alleged reasons of why that removal was necessitated. Maybe lastly,
Round up.
thank you. Maybe lastly would be who was held liable for the cost of 2 vehicles that were hired from a security company for the deputy mayor and the speaker, but were never used. There's an allegation that there were cars that were bought for the mayor and the deputy speaker, but were never used. That's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and who was held liable for it? Thank you.
No, thanks, Kawazal, and greetings to the municipality. I will also be very short. I think through you, Chair, I was looking at your financial statements, the comparative figures, the previous number of years, 3 years. I see you have an item there that is called cash gratitude. What is that for? All your senior managers, they have an item called cash gratitude. What is that for? That's number one.
Just say that again.
It's cash gratitude. What is it for? It's in their section.
Gratitude.
Yes. Is it for? Secondly, I want to check. I see that I'm of the view that you have a security company that you are using their vehicle that is guiding you. But now I see when I look at your financial statements that there's travel allowance as well. Do you no longer have securities that are guiding you or that you are using their vehicle? Are you using your own vehicle? Because that would mean then you are getting a travel allowance twice. Your bodyguard, Mr. Mtunge, is he permanent with the municipality or not? And then I think the last issue is just an issue of 2 projects. Kapisa project in Ward 1, we've received complaints from the public that the project is white elephant. Money was finished, but it's unused. Also, there is a Mandawe access route in Ward 15 that was due to be constructed. It was paid for, but as well, it appears to be not finished. No, thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Chair. Greetings to the delegation also. I would like the delegation to clear this allegation that Councillor W. Mtolo has not been provided with security. This is despite the resolution of the council, and this is also despite the threat assessment from SAPS. So please clear that one. And so the allegation that the municipality is using EPWP funds to pay for the domestic workers that are cleaning in the municipality. Is that, it needs to be cleared as well. And also to check if the financial system did crash in 2024. If it did, how did you handle that? Did you lose any information? Did you have any backup? So how did you handle that situation? And also, Chair, I would like to also, one last one, Chair, that I had prepared to clear.
All right, we will give you later. If there's a space, we will come back. You had your hand up.
Morning, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Leadership. Leadership, maybe I think it is important that we caution you that it is a criminal offense to lie to Parliament. So I would like to check that actually whether I've heard you correctly. If you say you have achieved a clean audit this financial year. So because you've raised that issue several times, Mr. Mayor, during your presentation, that you have achieved a clean audit during this financial year, unless if we are just making an example. So if that is not the case, I would like to check actually with regard to audit queries raised by the Office of the AG during 23-24 financial year, whether you have addressed them. So if it is true that you have achieved this clean audit, obviously we have addressed all these concerns raised by the Office of the AG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, officials from NDZ. Welcome. Chair, I'm also going to report on the issues that Comrade Nkalipi sent through this morning. So I need double time. Thank you. Firstly, on my side, the inadequate review of service delivery and budget implementation. As per paragraph 36 of the municipalities 24-25 audit report, management did not adequately review the service delivery and budget implementation plan to ensure that indicators and targets contained therein are well refined. Leadership did not implement effective oversight over performance reporting, which resulted in material finding on the annual performance report. Thank you. My question is, why do we go to the difficulty of revising or providing these plans if we're not going to follow them and just ignore them, and then we get material findings after that? Thank you. Then there are issues that was sent to by one of my colleagues, the poor maintenance of access roads in NDZ. If you guys can give a report back on that. Then there is reports of cadre deployment. Apparently ward councillors interfere in recruitment processes, even in the EPWP processes. Then there is a VIP protection incumbent on the municipal organogram, where the municipality is paying so much to the service provider who provides security personnel. So what I'd like to know is, what is your budget in terms of VIP protection and security for the municipality, for its buildings and stuff separately? Network issues, where network providers take out business contracts with the municipality and then they promise to build towers and they don't come back. If you can just give feedback on that. And then the delay on disposing of vacant land in Crichton Village, where people are desperate to buy. if we don't sell those land, people will not, I mean, the municipality will not make money. There will be no revenue income, rates and taxes on those lands. So what is the delay there? I thank you.
Let's take the next one. There's one on your left.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Greetings to the speaker and his team. I must raise the concern that it's a concern for me for the fact that the DM is nowhere to be found. And even the fact that the mayor is in hospital, I can't help but to state it on record. It's still questionable for me as an individual sitting here on this portfolio committee, especially with all the corruption allegations in the municipality itself. That's why I want to know from you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, with all this corruption allegations, and for the fact that your predecessor, the mayor, who was convicted in 2012 and sentenced to 5 years in prison. I want to know what has the council done to act decisively to root out corruption when senior officials has been convicted. I also want to know that what mechanisms do you have in place to protect whistleblowers inside council who expose fraud and maladministration? Can you please also just indulge us here? Do you have any, can you provide us with any documented proof of what your office has done against officials who was implicated in irregular expenditures? Yeah, for now, it's all that. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, just go back. Who was sentenced?
The previous mayor was sentenced in 2012.
Previous?
Mayor. The mayor, let me just get his name here.
Okay.
Mayor Luzulane was sentenced to 5 years for misappropriating relief funds.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the NDZ leadership. My first question, FMD is threatening farming. What is NDZ doing right now to manage it, especially the animal movement and biosecurity? And how are you coordinating with provincial and national vet services? The second question is the Heimville transfer station. Now, I believe that there's runoff from the Heimville transfer station reported to be polluting the Polela River catchment and the dams supplying the surrounding farms. Now, in 2023, ETIAS tested the water and reportedly found it to be toxic. Are you aware of this, and what have you done since then? Is there a plan to rectify this? I also believe that the waste that is on this transfer site has been buried, and my understanding that is that this is not a landfill site. So if you could please clarify that. Then there's the weighbridge that was installed in 2021, the Heimville weighbridge. I believe that 1.6 million rand was spent on it, but it wasn't used. And in 2025, you used 100,000 rand to repair it. So if you could please explain this to us, will this be regarded as wasteful expenditure? What are your plans for the weighbridge? And then a general question regarding the Underberg CBD. I have had reports of people urinating in the CBD because there's no ablution facilities, there's just disorder, none of the bylaws are being enforced. Are there any plans to put in ablution facilities, temporary and permanent ablution? And can you comment on the lack of enforcement regarding the bylaws? And finally, Chair, Underberg Township, there's a number of illegal structures, a lot of refuse is lying around, crimes and drugs. If you could please comment on that, what is your plan to improve the situation in the Underberg Township and ensure that these illegal shacks on properties are dealt with? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, maybe we can just also, as you respond, give us a sense of your salary bill, what percentage of budget, salary bill, and also what's your debt with water, electricity, third parties? Do you owe any of those? Do you owe any of the electricity supplier, water, or any of the third parties? Now, Speaker, I'm going to request that let's be very direct, like exam. Pick up a question, answer. Pick up a question and answer. No elaborate contextualization and broad discussion. Let's just focus on them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to answer the question, unable to find our deputy mayor. So I wish to apologize once again for that, because we tried for several times to get hold of her. Unfortunately, we didn't find her. Even though when it was the end of the council, she told me that she was not feeling well, but she promised that she's going to attend. So that is why I said, after receiving that the mayor is admitted, then let me try to get hold of her. But yeah, that's what I can say about that, and I will deal with that. And then the second question, the interference of what councillors in recruiting EPWP. What we used to do as councillors, we used to call war rooms, where we used to profile, to do the profiling. According to my knowledge, everything we are doing is transparent, so there is no interference. We used to employ the people that their conditions are not good, but in terms of interfering, no, I disagree that. Let me allow our municipal manager, because most of the questions, yeah, maybe he's going to answer. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The CFO and other officials are going to assist me. I want to start with the municipal pound. Yes, Chairperson, the shed does exist. It's not one shed. It's two sheds that were built for 2.4 million rand. It's not only the shed, but there's also the perimeter fence for the pound, with the municipal pound. When I saw the pictures that the honorable member is talking to on Facebook, I went there. Together with my technical team, together with the consulting engineers, to check if this is true. Surely when you see that picture, shows you one shed. It's not one, it's two. One for big animals to be housed in there, and one for small animals. This is as a result of the SPCA making a serious finding on our pound because of the weather in that area. Animals are dying in the shed, in the pound. We impound people's animals, we put there, because of the rain, because of getting cold, they die. Number two, when you have to feed animals, animal feed, you can't put it in the open because animals can't eat wet food when it's raining. So you have to have a place where the food is dry and warm. That's the SPCA that says so. So we built that pound. In our view, Chairperson, and in the view of the consulting engineers and everyone that we consulted, the bill of quantities fit the work that was done and also the amount that was paid. There are other contractors, the bidders, that placed even more expensive bids than the appointed service provider. There were ones that were lower. The guy who met the requirements was appointed and he built the pound, and we are satisfied that the work was done properly. Because it's not just the shed. The flooring is also concrete, made out of professional concrete floor that you normally use when building anything at government standard. And there was the perimeter fence that is not shown in the picture. We are satisfied as a municipality that we had value for money there. Only in an ordinary person, honorable member, when you say, hey, the municipality built a shed for 2.4 million rand, I understand. When people say 2.4 for a shed, but there was a lot that was done there. Yes, umuntu nje who don't understand what is going on in local government, how construction works. Obviously, you can spend 2.5 million rand building a shed, it's buy. When in actual fact, there was more that was done. That was our submission. That in our view, the expenditure is appropriate to what was done. That's our view. Well, I will leave out Kilmon Sports Field. One of our colleagues is going to assist me with the specifics, but I remember this one. Political intolerance to employees belonging to other political parties. Chair, I do not know who belongs to what political party amongst my staff members. It's not important for me. I hire a person on the basis of qualifications as outlined in their CV and as outlined in their oral interview. We don't look at qualifications, at political affiliation. We look at qualifications. I'm sorry. So I'm aware of that individual case that you spoke about because the employee came to me and raised that issue. But I said to her, look, it's me, the MM, only the MM who hires staff and dismisses staff. You don't worry about what another person has said to you who's not your employer. For me, I don't mind whether you are MK, you are IFP, you are TA, for as long as you are employed here through proper processes, you are welcome. And I'm protecting all the staff. I protect all the staff from any kind of harassment. So that employee had only to leave us when the contract terminated. When the contract expired, was not removed. The contract expired, and then she had to leave, like all others who are interns. The issue of cash gratuity, I think you're talking, Baba, to cash gratuity, not gratitude.
Image, you read it as such, as a gratitude. Sorry?
Cash gratuity.
You said cash gratuity. Oh, okay, because I asked you again, because it sounded like cash gratitude, and I just wanted to see there's a correction, and you said yes. Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding, because I also heard it the same way. That's why I asked, and I thought it was how it was recorded. But that's fine, let's deal with the cash gratuity, because our issue is gratuity.
The national regulations regulating the salaries of senior managers do provide the cash gratuity.
The question is why? It's not what is it.
Why?
We want to know why you're getting cash gratuity. That's what.
Because it's the law.
There's no law like that. The law says
It's
you
a
can
gazette
do
that
it.
says
You
that.
have to explain why. If you do it, you must tell us why you did it. We're not
Yes,
saying
no.
it's illegal. We want to say you must justify
Yes.
it.
No, I'm trying to say that cash gratuity that you see there in the AFS emanates from the provision of legislation, which is the regulations on the salaries of senior managers, to say a senior manager must get a non-pensionable cash gratuity of this amount specified here. It was a once-off, was it a once-off? Once-off for all senior managers in the country. It happened to everyone, not specific to NTZ. So it's not money that we get every month, but it was a back pay that the Minister Nkadimeng approved for every senior manager employed in local government in this country. 1.6 million.
Okay, no, that's fine. Can we just get your MEC? Can I get your senior manager to come over? I just want to deal with something. Yes, come.
No, thanks, Kabazel. I'm reminded of when my colleague said people must not misrepresent facts. If I look at it, in 2023 you had it again. In 2024 you had it again. These are 2024 financial statements that I'm looking at here. So I don't get it when you say it was once off. That's misrepresentation. And I don't take it nicely when you are saying to everyone that is watching, I'm lying. Thank you.
Chair, what normally happens is that the minister annually issues this notice.
Just bring closer.
Yes,
Well,
annually. The minister issues this notice annually. So if you had it in 2023, it was because the minister had allowed it to happen. And again, the following year, the minister allowed it to happen. So it's standard practice that happens in local government over the country. It's not something specific to NTZ.
Now you proceed to it.
Here it says a non-pensionable cash gratuity of 1,695 rand payable monthly to senior managers earning a total remuneration package of 1,900 rand, 1,900,000 for the 23-24 municipal financial year. Let me correct that. It was not a once-off, but it's monthly. Once per year, the minister issues a gazette that says, in your salary package of your senior manager, there has got to be a cash gratuity of this much. It's the minister that says so, and it happens in all municipalities.
Whilst we're talking, just pass me that gazette as well that you're talking about. No. You continue there. Just download that gazette and show it to us. Let me see. Let's just deal with this issue as we go. Let's get your team to just confirm to me where this has come from and that all the municipalities are supposed to be getting this. Can we just get that matter? You'll come back once they've answered. Continue. Just get your team to give us that information. That's fine. You can proceed. Proceed with the other answers. We'll deal with the matter later.
Yeah, with regards to Mr. Mtunge Permanency, my bodyguard. At Ingwe, I was the MM of Ingwe when there was Ingwe. Ingwe was disestablished and merged with the Dr. NTZ, local municipality. At Ingwe, our bodyguards were employed by the municipality. There are bodyguards in municipalities. You would find security bodyguards are employed, some are employed by the municipality directly. Some are employed by security companies. At Ingwe, we took the approach of being employed by the municipality. So Mr. Mtunge was employed by the municipality. When Ingwe was disestablished in 2016 and merged with Wasani, Mr. Mtunge was already on the organogram as a permanent employee of the municipality. And he moved into the new organogram as such, because the understanding that Cocta put to us was that a person must move from their old employment to the new employment with their position, create a new organogram, merge the two municipalities, but people, you don't change. You don't
proceed.
You don't change their responsibilities. So Mr. Mtunge was employed as such, and he continues to employ as such. Well, whenever I'm no longer there, maybe there will be no need for him to work as a bodyguard. Obviously, that position and responsibility will change to something else. He will be given another responsibility because he was employed permanently. This road. The road is unfinished because that contractor is underperforming. The road is unfinished because that contractor is underperforming. We have done what is necessary. I think we have terminated the services of that contract. We are going to get somebody else to do the job. It's simply as that, because he's underperforming. Failed to do the work dismally. We tried, we tolerated, we tried to assist the contractor, but it came to a point really where we said, this is not on. We had to terminate the service of that contractor. It is gone now. Mr. Mtolo having no security. Mr. Mtolo has security guards. He has 2 security guards. It's me who made the recommendation that Mr. Mtolo be provided with security. He has 2 bodyguards that work with him every day. I know them. He has 2 bodyguards. EPWP workers cleaning in the offices of NDZ. We have a number of offices. We use generally general assistants that are employed by us, but we also augment our personnel with EPWP staff. They are cleaning the offices, not as domestics. I'm not aware of a domestic. That a domestic I would understand to be meaning a person working in someone else's private household. I'm not aware. What I'm aware is that they are working in our offices. They are working at Bulwa, they are working in Crichton, they are working in Underbeck, Heimville. But there are also those who are cleaning the streets, they are cleaning in the halls, they are cleaning in the crèches, they are assisting everywhere. The system crash in 2003, I will allow the CFO to deal with the system crash. Did you achieve a clean audit? No, I did not say we achieved a clean audit, because we did not achieve a clean audit. But I said, Chair, I take pride to the fact that my AFS are clean. Not to say the entire audit is clean. I take pride. The AFS are a section of your report, of your books that you take to the AG. The AG says the AFS are clean. First instant, the AFS were clean. And also the SCM, the awarding of tenders and everything, is clean. First instant. But we failed to achieve the entire clean audit because of one indicator that was not properly defined. Hence, we are sitting here without a clean audit, but a report that is unqualified with other matters, the matter being that only one finding. Out of 66, the honorable member raised an issue of the PMS finding. Out of 66 indicators that were audited, only one was found wanting. Only one. We failed one. And I always say, if you're writing a test or an exam and there are 66 questions and you answer them all properly, correctly, and you lose one, you are an A student. In terms of that, you are an A student. However, we concede, Chair, we did not get a clean audit. The poor maintenance of public roads, we try the best that we can. But I think the issue of public roads, it's not only our roads. There are also roads belonging to the Department of Transport. And those are the worst ones, west. And whenever our people see a bad road, they always think it's the municipality that says that fails to do that. They fail to differentiate between a municipal road and a Department of Transport road. I do agree that we are not perfect in terms of road maintenance. We have challenges. Like I indicate, Chair, we have a low budget, but we try. Annually, we set aside money to maintain the roads, and we are doing well. You know, in Underbeck, before the merger, Underbeck, the Wasani LM had a budget of 21 MCFO, the entire budget, including the budget to pay staff. But the current municipality is able to budget 30 million rand for Underbeck alone for infrastructure. In the past, before the merger, they only had 21 million rand for everything. 21 M to pay staff, pay telephones, run vehicles and everything as a municipality. But the new municipality is able to go to Underbeck and say, there is 30 million rand for all the infrastructure. I think we're doing well. Why not sell land? Some of the land we do sell. From time to time we do sell. We've sold off sites in Crichton. They were bought, we got money, we use it for something else. What is the municipality doing to eradicate corruption? I think we're doing a lot to eradicate corruption. I don't know how many municipalities, how many employees were involved in corruption I have fired myself, and I take pride in that. How many cases have we registered in the courts where we have been witnesses for people that have done wrong things? So we're doing a lot to deal with corruption. When a case of corruption emerges in our municipality, we deal with it instantly. What have you done to officials implicated in corruption? They have been fired. And the cases have been registered in the court. We have appeared several times, Chair, as witnesses on matters where our staff are involved. Our staff know that corruption is a no. We also do road shows. We do workshops for our staff on the code of conduct and on ethical conduct. We do for councillors and all our staff. So we don't only say we will fire you, but we also teach people, because we get new employees all the time. We teach people how things are done. We build ethics, ethical conduct in the minds, hearts, and souls of our employees. FMT. Chair, with regards to FMT, before you get in there, you will find an FMT station, sanitation station. You pull up before you get NTZ, they will stop you. If you're carrying a trailer or a cattle truck, they will sanitize you. If you're carrying cattle out of Underbeck, they will stop the security guards and sanitize you. It's our program, our initiative, working together with the Farmers Association. In Underbeck, as you get to Crichton, they stop you also. As you get from Mzimkulu, they stop you also. In all the entrances of NTZ, I don't think there are many municipalities that do that, but we have FMT sanitation station. We have a disaster advisory forum that discusses this. You remember the Herrick Wallach Summer Cup that takes place in Kilmon? It's a horse racing event. It had to be cancelled because we were afraid that even though horses are not affected, but cattle trucks that will come in carrying horses to the event might bring in FMT we're already under threat. So we are doing a lot to fight FMT. We're educating people in the tipping tanks. Our municipality is collaborating with the Department of Agriculture, educating people, educating Izinduna and everyone on the dangers of FMT and how to deal with FMT. The Hineville transfer station, yeah, I'm aware that Hineville transfer sometimes refuse will pile up, but we're dealing with it. And it will come down again. We'll pile up again until such time that we've built a fully fledged, what do you call this? Landfill site. Thank you, I'm sorry. Until such time, we'll utilize that transfer station until such time that the landfill site has been built where all the refuse will be taken in there. With regards to pollution of the Polela water, I am aware of that. I went to do the inspection with my staff, and I found out that it's not us. It's not from our transfer station. Below the transfer station, there is a guy working on tractors. He repairs tractors. And he spills oil into the river. We have given him a notice to stop that, adjacent to the dam where the fish and the crabs were found dead. I did not see the crabs. I heard that crabs died, the fish died. We went to do an inspection. We could not see the dead fish, we could not see the dead crabs, but we did an inspection at the landfill site together with members of the community, because when the community complains, we always want to collaborate with them and go there. We did it. Babu ngathi bazongisiza nge-way bridge. In Underberg, there are ablution facilities in Underberg. The taxi rank has got ablution facilities. I was there last month. I was there, not last month, this month in January. I was there because I go there to inspect those things myself. I was there. I entered the ablution facility together with our caretaker, together with management. I went to Gula also. Underberg taxi rank, I was there. But the shops also, there is a toilet at the spa, behind the spa. You can use that. There is a toilet at the Boxer Center. You can use that. There is a toilet at the KFC. You can use that. However, these are paid toilets. These are paid toilets. We acknowledge that these toilets do not belong to the municipality. They belong to these shops. But we have an understanding with these shops that you will allow members of the public to use these toilets, but then they have to put 2 rand in there. In somewhere 3 rand. Some other people charge 5 rand. I don't know how much each of these toilets cost, but I know that they are paid toilets. And it works. It works because, you know, running a toilet is very expensive. And people sometimes get in the toilet just to vandalize it. In all the taxi rank, we have problems where toilets get vandalized every day, and we're using thousands and hundreds of thousands of rands repairing toilets that get vandalized. In other towns that we've seen, even taxi rank toilets, somebody stands at the door and say, put 2 rand there. If you can't put 2 rand, I'll help you slot 2 rand there and open it for you. The toilet paper is available, here is it, how much do you need? But put 2 rand there. And it creates a sense of responsibility in people. With regards to the Underberg low cost, yes, I want to concede. There are challenges in the Underberg low cost. Some of them problems arise out of the influx of Basotho nationals into Underberg. I think it's a problem everywhere, including in Matatiele, including in Kokstad. All the border towns in the Herigwala district have a problem of the influx of Basotho nationals that come to our place and build shacks. So shacks are rising, but obviously the housing allocation from our Department of Housing is slow also. There are people that come from our villages to look for jobs in the town and they have nowhere to stay. So they build shacks in there. You can fight that, but I don't think we're going to be successful. Yes, I am aware. We are working with SAPS to deal with problems where there's a problem. We just had land invasion, people invading the municipal land, which I agree with the mayor that we must sell the land. They invaded the land. We had to demolish those shacks. We had to go to court to get a court order to demolish those shacks. It's painful to do that, but honestly, how do you allow Basotho nationals just to cross the border? Because you walk from Lesotho. From my municipality, we walk from Lesotho. The Basotho nationals, they walk down the mountain. They walk, and they live in Andabe. When they want to go home, they walk home, because the border is just 8 kilometers away. It's in Lesotho. So, having said that, CFO will deal with the issue of debt. Just to say, Chair, all third parties, we don't owe the pension fund anything. We're paid up. All workers are safe. Medical aid, we're safe. Councillors' pension fund, we're safe. We don't owe ESCOM nothing. We don't owe anyone nothing. We don't have loans. We don't borrow money from anyone. We use the money that you give us. And we always keep to it. We don't have loans, no debt, nothing. But then if there is a need for me to come back, I will do, but I will allow my colleagues to actually take the questions, the more difficult questions that I could not take because they are more technical in nature. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, MEC, you want to come in?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC for Finance, our speaker from NDZ, and the entire delegation. I heard the MM saying that they are using EPWP to clean the offices. I don't know if I heard him correctly.
It was a question that was asked
Yes.
to them. Now, I haven't heard the answer. Maybe they might want to confirm that. There was a, sorry. He did, okay. That's fine, that's fine,
Yeah.
I missed it. Proceed,
Because
proceed, MEC.
I've got a fundamental problem with that. Because the EPWP is an incentive grant. It can't be used as a substitute for operational matters of the municipality. And attached to the EPWP is a component of training and certification of the EPWPs. Now, what skill are they gaining from cleaning the offices, and where is the training component? Because you are supposed to budget for the cleaning of offices out of your own baseline. You can't be using a government grant which is supposed to empower and upskill the youth, and you use that to do your own cleaning as a municipality. That is not how the grant is supposed to be used. I don't know if the MM can shed some light on that.
Rather than whispering, the one who has the answer must take the mic and speak.
Or the CFO is actually giving information that, you know, EPWP grant, sinikwa uhulumeni a specific amount at NANS, then we always top up. And then employ abantu in terms of the EPWP police. That's what CFO is saying. That those that are working in the offices are not paid out of the grant, but EPWP police, because there is also our money there in the grant.
So, sorry about that. Now, just explain again, you're not going into your situation, you're trying to explain the policy of the grant. We want to know, you are using EPWP workers to do what the municipal staff is supposed to be doing as a standard operational requirement. What's your answer now?
Thank you, Chair, and then greetings to everyone. Chairperson,
Nangophendulile. Ngifuna ukuzwa wena.
Bengithi uCFO Sihlalo uzonginika mhlambe impendulo engaphezulu kwale engiyinikezile mina. I'm saying Sihlalo, I'm saying we're using the EPWP policy to hire abantu out of the grant, the EPWP. But part of it, siya add imali yethu to hire additional people. But maybe just consider and say, yes, it looks like it's operational things, like you say. We use EPWP to do some of our operational work. Let me concede on that. And get the advice.
Yeah, but you realize what you're saying to us. Now, EPWP are not normal employees, they are a special dispensation to help to fight poverty. Now, domestic cleaners in the municipality are employees who operate under the labor relations provisions. So you cannot take the one and then pretend they are the other instead of using the requisite legislative framework for them. Because what you are now doing is that you get someone who should have been employed as an employee of the municipality with a particular package, remuneration package and conditions of employment and processes of employment. You are actually taking that post, you are casualizing it, and therefore you have broken it down to be someone who must work and do the work that normally gets done by someone who's protected by the labor legislation, but is actually working as someone who's being done a favor of being trained and supported out of poverty. There's a principal issue which we don't think you are understanding, or maybe we don't understand you. But if you are an MM, you got an MM with a job description, there's a process of how you employ the MM. There's a package, remunerative package for the MM. There are conditions of employment of an MM. And then you decide, no, asilanda umkhize. Sithi hayi umkhize ngena la sizokubona ukuthi wenzela kanjani, because bakhona abanye abasebenza njengawe, but now you'll come and do this work. You don't have to comply, we don't have to comply with the regulations on you, but you can do the same work. That's what the MEC is asking. And we're all interested because we think that's what you are doing.
Chair, I hear you, Chair. I'm saying it does happen in our municipality that we use EPWP employees to clean halls, and some are assisting in our office. I was not aware of that is wrong in terms of the law. I'm not aware. I'm not disputing that it may be wrong.
No,
but
let's deal with it simply. Let's simplify it. You got an organogram.
Yes, we do.
And somewhere you've got general workers. Some are cleaners, some are something else. Those have got conditions of employment, right? At their specific posts. Now, what you are saying is that you have either abolished that post or ignored it, and you have simply taken someone from outside as an EPWP and put them there. What are you saying?
Not abolish the posts, sir. The posts are filled. But because there is a lot of work, more than what we can pay for. Even in cleaning the streets, there are two categories of workers. There are those that are permanently employed by us, the municipality, and there are those that are employed on the EPWP grant. So they work together, these ones, cleaning the streets, and collecting refuse.
And your offices?
Pardon?
And the municipal
And in the
office-
offices also, we have staff that are permanently employed, and there are those who are on EPW contract. You are here for 2 years, we will assist these ladies in cleaning the municipal offices. If there is training to be provided, we do provide training to all of them, if there is training to be provided. I can't recall when last did we provide training, but we have always been providing training. So there are two categories of employees, Chair. There is EPWP employee that picks the refuse. There is a permanent employee that picks the refuse. They are working in the same truck, in the same refuse truck, following the same refuse truck, but they are employed under two different conditions. One is employed permanently in terms of the Systems Act, Section 66, and the other one is employed in terms of the policy of the grant. But Nakona, because they are not always adequate, we always add more money to augment the EPWP grant so that we can get more people. We are not saying we have abolished the warm bodies, the permanent posts. They are still there, but they are not enough, and we don't have the budget. So we are assisted by EPWP.
MEC?
Thank you, Chairperson. Not to belabor the point, but it means the municipality is in violation of the EPWP policy. If the MM is saying if there is training. So if you say if there is training, then immediately you are in violation, because the EPWP policy is mandatory. That a portion of the grant goes to the PPE and a portion of the grant goes to training. So that when the EPWP beneficiary exits the system after 2 years, he has in his hand a paper that shows what are the skills that he has received in the training. Now, if you are saying it's just getting on a refuse truck and it's just cleaning the street, and after 2 years you dump him like that, it's a violation of the policy.
We will not, okay, let me hear your answer. We will not pursue this matter. I think the MECs will have to pursue it. Finish your answer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me make an example here. You will find that in terms of our EPWP grant, we have to employ 200 people. But right now, if you look into our payroll, we have 500 people instead of 200 people. So we have employed 200 in terms of EPW grant, and we are complying with grant conditions and requirement. But we have said as the municipality, the grant that you are receiving is not enough in terms of our demands, and we said, let us top it up. If I put it into rands, the grant is 2 million. But the people that we are paying in terms of EPWP pillars, we have 5 million instead of 2 million. So we are saying that we have complied with grant conditions for EPWP, where we are required to employ 200 people, and they are getting a training. But we have said, due to financial constraints, there are more people that we need. And we have said we are not going to employ them in terms of the Systems Act, but we are going to employ them in terms of EPWP police. Thank you, Chair.
Then the other question that was raised was regarding security.
Let's be brief now, we want to close.
Yeah, that was regarding
So we've got a
security
minute,
allocated to
1
me.
minute.
Is allocated to the MM. Yes, I have security. I've explained the issue of the one gentleman that is employed by the
I
municipality.
can't hear you.
Pardon? Yes, I do have security provided to me in terms of the council resolution of council. Are you getting a car allowance? Yes, in terms of the salary structure, I am getting a car allowance. I travel in my own vehicle, going to work, coming back. The vehicle in question is not used by me, but by security guards employed by the company, Mhlongo Security, not me. I don't use it. I don't drive it. So my family doesn't use it. So it has got nothing to do with me. Well, I think I have covered a number of issues. My colleagues, if there are other things that I did not cover, that you
Can I just check one quick issue?
Yeah, can you check whether you have, or council has a security threat analysis regarding you, whether the security, the council or the municipality has a security threat analysis report that necessitated that actually should be provided with a security guard? Thank you.
Chair, the problem for all municipalities in the province, we submit this request quarterly. Oh.
Yes, yes. You are no longer the councillor, you are the MM. Just yes or no. Don't debate. Yes or no.
Chair, we do make a request to SAPS. We make a request to SAPS.
Do you have the threat analysis?
Chair, SAPS don't respond. We don't have.
Thank you. So just be direct. We're closing. Yes, one last question.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on the issues that I had raised. But number one, let me just say, the undertone in your responses is concerning. On 2 occasions, you've made indication that it is people who do not understand things. You are the MM of the municipality administering the municipality on their behalf. You have a responsibility to make sure they understand how their finances are used. Not to blame them for not understanding the structural and engineering things in building a crawl, so they don't understand how the 2.4 million worked, not understanding the difference between transport responsibility and municipal responsibility. So when we ask you these questions, it's because the people have got an interest. So please kindly do this for me. Submit to us a report with pictures of which counter that one picture that was shown, because that is your responsibility. When people see one picture that is charged 2.4 million, you then as a municipality, out of transparency, show the broader pictures of the fans and all of these things which justify that. And that I think is very important. But the last part that I want to follow up on is on that sports field that is renovated. Allegedly, the funds have been fully utilized, but the sports field, which is a Kilman, is not completed. I did not hear the answer to that. Thank you.
Okay. No, we're closing now.
Yeah.
We are really closing. I don't want us to keep the Makosi waiting, because we're going to that meeting should have started exactly at 10. So I want us to close. You have 30 seconds.
All right, so my question regarding the Heimville Way Bridge was not answered. If I could get a response, please.
Chair, can we just remind them quickly of the questions that they did not answer?
Which one?
There is the Kapisa project at Ward 1 that they spent more than 400,000 building. I think it's a flat, that thing.
Okay, another one?
The second one, the issue of the travel allowance, and what I was asking, is it, what do they show it as, and how many managers exactly of security and a bodyguard? How many senior managers in the municipality of security and drivers? And what do the benefit that the MM is getting of security and the car, what is shown as in their financial statements?
So, all right, we'll leave that because I want a comprehensive report on that. That's fine. Let's deal with the Kapisa and then deal with the Way Bridge.
Let me give the manager, chair, with your permission, manager engineering, to give the explanation of the Wade Bridge and the Kabisa project.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to yourself and on the members of the committee. Let me observe all the
We won't be
protocol.
able to see you, so you can stand up, so, and then we oh, all right, that's fine. That's fine, that it's okay. Proceed.
Okay. With regards to Kilmon sports field, in terms of renovations, as per its specification, we were only renovating the fence, not the whole sports field. So that renovation, according to spec, has been completed, and the rest of the sports field has not been renovated. Reason being, it was maintained in 2016, 2017. All the change rooms and the sports field as well were done in that particular financial year. And we had an issues with regards to vandalism, where most of the activities were destroyed. And then when it comes in our last financial year, we only had to deal with the issue of fencing. Then in the near future, we will look at the issue of vandalism as well. How does it go? Then we will be renovating some other areas. With regards to Ikapis, according to what the service provider has quoted us in terms of the materials that he needed to supply and the specification and what he needed to do. It was all completed and it was all done with regards to Ukabisa in Ward 1. And the project, we could say, it's been finished. It's only when the project was about to hand over, when we've realized that there were some other requests that came from the beneficiaries that needed to be added on in order for the co-op to be able to utilize that structure. So those are the few amendments that we need to add until then they'll be able to utilize that structure.
Okay.
In terms of
that's
Way
fine.
Bridge.
Way Bridge.
Yes, in terms of Way Bridge, we are dealing with the Way Bridge. What we've realized is that there are some elements on the landfill sites that have been stolen. Hence, we had some issues, but we are fixing that. We will be utilizing that. Way Bridge will be in working before the end of this quarter. We will be utilizing the Way Bridge. It will be in use. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think we should close this matter. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your responses, your presentation. Let's start with the audit issues. I was trying to follow properly. The Auditor General had raised the issue of your reliance on the auditing process for getting audit outcomes. I do note that this referred to the 2023-24 situation, and that this time around you have now said you've done your own annual financial statements in-house. That we commend that, because for everyone we would like that to be a standard internal procedure that does not require consultants. So now that you have gone there, that we commend that. It was raised before and you have dealt with it, so that's important. It's also important to say that if you have no outstanding resolution of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, it's a very important issue, because part of what we are following up here is that And so we note that. Now, the Auditor General raised a couple of other issues, like inadequate review of service delivery and budget implementation plan. We would have to deal with that. Uncompetitive and unfair procurement process, you have to deal with that. And the low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Those issues need to be given attention. Having said so, I raised the issue of your gender balance before, and of course you have responded that you've got the 2 mayor and deputy mayor. That closes the issue, so we won't raise that. However, we are concerned about a mayor who is not well and and a deputy who does not report where she is, and yet is supposed to be the next leader of the delegation, and neither of you can find her. It doesn't give a good image for us to have someone who is in the leadership position but decides not to be found when an important engagement of the municipality is supposed to happen. She's supposed to be here and she didn't report to you. We think that is any responsible approach to her responsibilities. Having said so, we would like you to provide additional information on a number of issues. Firstly, we would like to have a report of all the investigations that relate to irregularities, allegations of corruption that you have conducted, any forensic audits that you have conducted, and also any disciplinary steps that have been taken, any referral to criminal justice system. You will submit that to the MECs so that we can then look at it afterwards to see that consequence management has been ensured and that we keep the lines of accountability very strong. The second report we would like from you, give us a whole report around the issues of security provision in your municipality. Who is being assigned security bodyguards amongst the councillors, amongst the municipal staff, and provide the threat analysis done by the police. If it doesn't exist, we need to understand the basis on which this is being done. And then we want to know the duration, that is for how long, when did it start, and for how long is it envisaged, and we also want to know the cost of it. So you will provide that as a second report for us. The third one is the MECs must oversee and receive the report, which will subsequently be brought to us on the following projects. The first project is the Gabisa project. Whilst there has been a response on that one, I've seen photos which, if the amount allocated for the project may be true, there's certainly something that needs to be investigated, because of what we're seeing does not look like it would be equivalent to the amount that is said to have been allocated. You have the facts, so you will be able to give us proper information. The second one that we hope you can give us information on is the Mandawe Road. Mandawe Road, what is the situation? And on those two, we'd like the MECs to focus on the value for money and, of course, the supervision of the project. Value for money, supervision of the project. The third project that also needs the same attention would be the Way Bridge, which has been raised by the members to see, again, we're looking at value for money and the supervision of the project. Then There's an issue that's been raised, and you seem to be agreeing. The member raised the issue of pollution in Polela. The MM responds by saying that, in fact, there is pollution, but is ascribing it to an individual who is deliberately polluting. I'd like the MECs to get involved closely with that, because certainly there's a huge amount of action that needs to be taken in such a situation. If you've already got a stream that's been contaminated, and there's, whether it's an entrepreneur or a farmer or what that is busy with this, that needs to be corrected fairly quickly. And if we don't act, you're going to have government found liable for that kind of thing. So I want to understand exactly what is going on. Certainly, if somebody raises that as a complaint and the municipality knows about it, there must be a difficulty in solving it, and we want to know who is unable to solve this problem. So those would be the areas for us that we'll be looking at. The last one is the EPWP. The use of EPWP, I'd like the MECs to look at that issue and excuse me, and clear whether in fact we're not going to be accused of abusing the EPWP policy, and that what the municipality is doing is acceptable. From what we're hearing, it looks like what you're doing is an abuse, and therefore that needs to be clarified. But seeing that you are vehement in your insistence about being correct, then we need the provincial team to come in and confirm whether that's the way or not. The last point in relation to the queries we made, we queried the issue of the gratuity. I have been favored with the circular, and it's now for the members, and I want to put it for the honorable members. We need the minister to come and explain to us on what basis they issued these provisions for all these allowances and gratuities. But that is now work for the committee when we engage with the minister. So with that, let me say thank you very much to the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma local municipality, and thanks for the time. And I want to welcome the speaker who had to start, who had gone to see a medical assistance and is here now. We just want to once again say that this session has been a joint undertaking of the provincial legislature and National Assembly, and this is the fifth municipality that we had visited. It's based on an understanding between the Auditor General and the Speaker of the National Assembly that a different form of oversight will be embarked upon to ensure that we get different audit outcomes where we all are aligned at national, provincial, and local spheres, where we want to ensure that each and every one of us takes responsibility and makes sure that there is accountability and consequence management, and create a culture that stops a sense of impunity that allows the audit outcomes to continue deteriorating. We expect that there should be a turnaround, not only the audit outcomes, but also in the functionality of the municipalities. So at the end of it, this process is supposed to end up by solving the problems of dysfunctional municipalities and creating an awareness of a joint responsibility right across the different spheres to ensure that ultimately government must create an effective and efficient machinery for service delivery for the communities. It starts with good record keeping, good audit outcomes, and then of course it must move on to good service delivery. I want to therefore thank the Speaker for the assistance, your team from the municipality and all the municipalities that have been here. I want to thank you. Let me also thank the MECs who have been here with us and the departments that they've come with, including the Auditor General. And we thank also the provincial members of the legislature, as led by the provincial speaker of the provincial assembly or provincial legislature, who has been with us throughout the 3 days, and also the premier, who has made sure that there's representation, and the undertakings and commitments they've made to ensure that there's proper accountability right across the different municipalities. And at this point, we are closing this visit. We will obviously anticipate the reports, which by 3 months we should be by then able to get these reports. We do expect that they will also be tabled at the provincial legislature for discussions and action at that level, as we all exercise our degree of oversight over the various spheres of the executive. With that, ladies and gentlemen, my honorable members, this session is adjourned. We will then be excusing everyone of the members who have been here. We will then be welcoming Amakosi, but those who will be part of the meeting with Amakosi will obviously stay on. And meeting with Amakosi is between the members of the National Assembly. Provincial legislature members are welcome, and all the members of the National Assembly are welcome. Thank you very much. Let's take a short break. In about 5 minutes, we'll have cleaned up and settled here. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Bye. Siqale lo mhlangano njengokujwayelekile lapha eParliament. Sawucela nje sigebisa amakhanda kube umkhuleko wokuthula noma ukuzindla. Siyabonga. May I then welcome the leadership of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We have the Speaker of the province, the MEC for Cooperative, the Member of Parliament who is the Chair of the Chairperson's Committee. We want to welcome the Chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. We welcome all Amakosi present who are members of the executive of the Provincial House. And as members of the Portfolio Committee of Cooperative, we have been here since Monday, and so we have released some of the members out of our meeting. So you have here a few on those of the members of the National Assembly. On my immediate left is the Honorable Kai Glenn Bosch, who is a member of the National Assembly. You can just raise your hand, Kai. We've also got the Honorable Peggy Mtolo, who is a member of the committee. Then we've got the Honorable Saint, who is a member of the National Assembly. I am going to let the Speaker introduce herself and her team, and then we will ask the Chairperson of the Provincial House to also introduce the team of Amakosi.
Ngiyabulela sihlalo ngicela ukubingelela usihlalo we Provincial House ngibingeleli executive yonke makhosi amahle ngiyathobeka. Igama lami ndinguNontembeko Boyce usomlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Duze kwami kuhleli umfundisi uThelezi ungumphathiswa weCooperative aphinde abe undunankulu wesilo. Ngale kwa hlonishwa MEC kuhleli uDokotela uMahlaba. uDokotela uMahlaba ungusihlalo wozihlalo bamakomiti esishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Kube sekuba khona umhlonishwa uNaya. Honorable Naya is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, who's also in extension then the work includes things that relate to the traditional leadership in the province in terms of oversight. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. We're going to request the Chairperson of the Provincial House to introduce Amakosi present.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Mkize. Greetings to the Speaker of the Legislature, Nontembeko Boyce, our MEC, Reverend T.D. Buthelezi, who is also our traditional Prime Minister of the in the KwaZulu Kingdom, Dokotela Mahlaba, Chair of Chairs, in the legislature. All members of the portfolio committee present, and amakhosi wonke akhona asendlungulo esigungu esiphezulu, abasebenzi bonke beholwa uTTG okhona phakathi kwethu menziwa nabo bonke abasebenzi. Sibonga kakhulu sihlalo we portfolio committee. Here we've got Nkosi Mchunu, who's the member of the executive committee. Nkosi Upengu, next to Nkosi Mchunu, a former chairperson of the house. Next to him is Nkosi Majozi, who is the chairperson of Umgungundlovu local house and also a member of the executive committee. Next to him again is Nkosi Dembe, who's representing us at the National House. Nkosi Uzulu, the member of the executive committee, followed by Nkosi Molefe, the leader of delegation to the National House. And lastly, Nkosi TZ Gumede, a member of the executive committee and also the deputy chair of Ilembe district local house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nkosi. Thank you very much, Nkosi. Could I ask if MEC, you would like to introduce any officials from the department?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, the Speaker of the KZN Legislature and the Chair of Chairs, the Chairperson of the Provincial House, Nkosi Shenga, Sikhuleke Makhosi nonke asendlunkulu who have been introduced. May I request the acting HOD, Ms. Barbara Mkucheni, to introduce the team from COCTA for this branch. Chairperson, we have the DDG for Traditional Affairs, Mr. Ndoda Biela, who will then continue to introduce the team from the Traditional Affairs branch that is here.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Speaker and the MECs and the Amakhosi. From the Traditional Affairs branch, today we are joined by Acting Chief Director, Ms. Buhlendlovu, who's responsible for governance, traditional governance and conflict management. And then there is also Ms. Zimbili Makanya, who's Acting Chief Director for Traditional Institutional Support, Mapanga, and me. We also joined by Mr. Simesi Lemtia, who's the Director for Conflict Management. On his right-hand side is Mr. Tami Biela, who's Acting Director for the North Coast Cluster, which we call Cluster 1, Northern Cluster of the province. And Ms. Panga is standing in for Mrs. Mchali, who was on leave. In her substantive post, she is the Cluster Director for the Southern Hemisphere of the province. there is Mr. Sandile Ngcobo, I don't know who is, oh, there. Mr. Sandile Ngcobo, Acting Director for Traditional Governance. Thank you. The rest of the HOD's office team, I don't know, HOD, if you want me to continue. Our colleagues from the HOD's office, there's Mr. Simon, who's the head of our HOD's office, and Mr. Zanele Kumala, who's also in the HOD's office, and our colleague sitting over there, Ms. Wes in the office of the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders. Thank you. We are also joined, a chairperson by a colleague from the National Department of Cooperative Governance. There's Mr. Mpisi. There is also from the teacher's office, Mr. Vincent, Mr. Munene, Mr. V. Munene. I don't know if I've left anyone out. Also from the National Department, we're joined by Ms. Kuzwayo from the National Department of Traditional Affairs. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the HOD.
Ngicela ukubingelela Makhosi Sondlunkulu, usihlalo we-National Portfolio Committee, our speaker, to the chair of the COCTA Portfolio Committee, chair of chairs, to the members of parliament present, nama members from the provincial house. Igama uBarbara Wakamgujini. I'm the acting HOD for COCTA up until today. Next week, we've got a new incoming HOD joining the department on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahlonishwa Makhosi Ahloniphekile. The agenda we have is a flexible agenda, but I see that it's not been circulated. Briefly, now that we've done the opening and welcome, it contains remarks from the chairperson of the Provincial House, opening remarks by the MEC, presentation by KZN COCTA. Then I would also want to, and then of course we come to a discussion, and then after that closure. I'm going to request that we be patient whilst we get all the documents right. What is missing is the agenda, which should be circulated to all the members. I will also give a short presentation on the one issue, and that the issue around the amendment of the Act, the Traditional Leaders Act. I would go through that, and then we'll send a presentation a bit later, so that when you do table the issues and we go for discussion, all of this has been tabled. So, to start off with, I do need to say thank you to the MEC for helping us to arrange this meeting, as well as the chairperson of the Provincial House, because I have requested that we should have this meeting. The reason for the meeting, the Portfolio Committee of COCTA is about municipalities, traditional leaders, and the cooperation across different spheres. So when we come to KwaZulu-Natal, we come to the province, we're focusing on municipalities. We needed to keep some sorry about that. I think we needed to go through municipalities and then meet with the traditional leaders because it's all within our portfolio. We also want to discuss issues of concern amongst the traditional leaders and also raise issues that we think we need to discuss and work together on. So amongst the issues that brought us here was the report of the Auditor General, which was discussed in Parliament. And in Parliament, the Auditor General was concerned that the results that were showing no improvement, even though they've been reporting to Parliament at provincial and national level, there was no improvement in the Auditor General's report. So the Speaker then took a view that the responsible portfolio committees must meet and come up with a plan of how we should make a difference next time around. We then proposed as the members of the COCTA committee, the committee on public accounts, which is called SCOPA, and then the committee on the Auditor General, who receive the briefing from the Auditor General. We then decided that we need to work together as one team from National Assembly and represent the Speaker. And we need to move to provinces, get the Speaker in the provincial legislature and the MECs and the Premier to work with us as we go through the issues that are affecting municipalities. That way we will be able to get the municipality to account for what is happening, but account to the provincial executive and the provincial legislature at the same time as they account to the National Assembly. Out of this process, we would then identify the municipalities that need to be interviewed, and we address those issues, and then we come with resolutions of what actions need to be taken. And out of that, we would then have regular monitoring meetings quarterly, wherein the reports will be submitted by the municipality to the provincial MECs, the Premier, and that will be discussed in the provincial legislature, and then the same report will be discussed by the provincial and the national committees, and it will go and serve in Parliament. The idea being that the decisions we will take at the end will be binding as the decisions of the Parliament, but we know that it's also binding at the provincial Parliament and is also binding at the municipal councils. Then all the issues that were raised by the Auditor General are now being corrected by the municipality, supervised by the MECs and the Premier, overseen by the provincial legislature, as well as accounting also to National Assembly. When we do these review follow-ups, we will be calling the minister and going through the minister to say these were the issues that were supposed to be dealt with. How far have you dealt with them as minister who accounts to the National Assembly? And therefore everything will then be aligned. We have found these meetings to be very helpful. We're on a 5th province today. The first province was the Free State. We were able to do all the municipalities. In Northwest, we did most of them except about 5 or so. and Gauteng, and also about 5 which were outstanding. The provinces that have got a lot of municipalities have got more outstanding, like Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. Nevertheless, we selected this sample such that such a sample will be able to show us the major challenges that are being faced by the municipalities. We've obviously found a lot of issues, in some instances shocking, in some instances encouraging, but all in all, what it has indicated is that there's a new understanding of the meaning of accountability. There's a new understanding of the fact that whilst local government is an independent sphere, but these spheres are all interdependent, and there's joint accountability to the people who have elected us. It was the same people who elected the councils, are the same people who elected the MECs and the provincial members of parliament and the National Assembly. So we are accounting to the same people. Now, the way we have gone about it has also been interesting for us in the sense that we open it up for public to view it, either can sit here and listen as we go through the discussion, or follow on YouTube, or follow on live stream. And you might think that it's a kind of far off participation, but what we have found as a committee is that the members of the public and those who are not attending follow the interaction on YouTube, and in the process they start responding and they send us information. So somebody can tell us and can give us a response here as a municipality, which is untrue. Somebody can actually send us a document that confirms that this one is not telling the truth, and we must confront them now on the issue. And we feel that it's important because it creates a degree of transparency within which we are calling for accountability. So there's a lot of issues we have picked up where the public has actually fed us more information. After all, the members of parliament, they get information from the public and then go and ask the government to account. And so that's all that this was about. Overall, we expect that there should be improved outcomes. At the end, we also expect there should be improved service delivery on all. So without going to the specifics of the municipalities, we want to say that there has been a degree of cooperation, and in some of the areas we've seen municipalities where actions have been taken since there's been this interaction with these committees. And so from the point of view of the committee, we will then have to go and table the report, joint committee reports with the Speaker at the National Assembly. We similarly want to have this interaction with traditional leaders, Amakosi, so that we can also pick up the issues of concern and then focus on how we can get those issues addressed and resolved. There are many issues that are up for discussion, and we will be listening as the Provincial House tables the issues. But one of the major issues that have come up in our case as we're working on this matter has been the fact that the traditional and Khoisan leadership bill was struck off by the Constitutional Court, and the National Assembly was given an assignment to address the corrections that were raised by the court. Technically, the issue was struck off on the basis of inadequate consultation. Although the complaint didn't come from Amakos, it came from some non-governmental group. The process will involve everyone, and we believe it's important now to try and align our approach so that when the bill comes through, we should then all be in a position to have it address whatever issues we believe need to be addressed. And I will go through part of the presentation that was given to us to share with the members of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders so that we can seek your wisdom as we move forward. So, as I've said, this presentation will be circulated, if not already, but if it's not circulated, I'm going to ask that the team, if you can just make sure that it's circulated electronically, and then hard copies will also be prepared. So the act was passed in 2019 and commenced on the 1st of April 2021. So the act had principles which were consolidating two pieces of legislation, but importantly, it was introducing provision in respect of the recognition of the Khoi and the San communities, leaders, and structures. Now, we'll be aware that the Khoi and the San community, for a long time, they were mostly classified as coloureds, largely, and obviously, the matter arose that within this community, there were traditional structures that needed to be recognized. And together with the minister, a lot of work has been done to listen to these issues. It does appear that the first challenge is to even understand the structure of the traditional leadership in the Khoi and the San community, which is different to the ones that we are using in most of the other traditional leadership structures. Now, those need to then be accommodated in a new legislation, which was not part of the matter, even though the idea was to bring in the Khoi and the San community, but their structures have not actually been put into the legislation. So this arose very strongly in a consultative process, and we believe that the commission on this Khoi and the San community will come in and begin to define some of these structures with different terms, with different structure, and so on. So it's a whole new area that needs attention. It was not part of the legislation, but in the conversations now, it's clear that it's coming in at that level. What you will find interesting as well is how there might well be overlaps in terms of these communities where they live, because many of them have been integrated into various other communities. So there will be those who are integrated within the Zulu community, within the Xhosa community, within the different communities. And then there are those who are actually completely out of those structures but exist in maybe integrated urban settings and all of that. So these are issues that arose when we're discussing with the Khoi and the San community. These issues might now arise as we now deal with the amendment of this new legislation. In the Constitutional Court case, the constitutionality was challenged, and based on the insufficient parliamentary public participation process, that the parliament failed to comply with constitutional obligation to facilitate public involvement. And we are having this conversation so that we don't, in the case of KwaZulu-Natal, have that as a problem. We will be doing that with the others in the different provinces. Now, the invalidity was suspended for 24 months, which is up to 29 May 2025, which means from 2023 to 2025, the law was suspended, but we should have brought it back to Parliament for passing by May 2025, but it did not happen. Now, the reason why it did not happen was that there are two legs in managing the legislation. There's executive, which processes the legislation, and then once that's done, it will then be handed over to the Parliament to process it. That's the committee side. When that process, when the bill was struck off, it was supposed to come back to Parliament. But when it came back to Parliament, it became necessary to take it back to the department to clean up certain things now and also prepare for resubmission. Whilst working on the resubmission, there are a number of steps inside cabinet that need to be taken. Even if there's a minimal amendment, you have to take it through for publication, for hearings, for state law certification, and then cabinet must then pass it to National Assembly. In the case of this bill, that process was interrupted by the fact that there was going to be elections on 2024, so it stalled. So by the time we got to May 2025, when it should have been submitted, the process could not be finished within the cabinet. And so it meant now that we had to go back to court to go and request that there must be an extension. So now this bill, when the department was preparing, now went beyond the time, and so in fact, although it was the Parliament that was supposed to go to court, but the bill was not stuck in Parliament, it was stuck in the government. So it was the government now that had to go to court, supported by the Parliament, to say we're not ready. So then they gave us new timelines of what needed to be done. The first was that they needed to update Parliament, which was done in 2024, and this was done, it was finalized, and then they had to there was a publication of a notice in terms of section 1542 of the Constitution in a government gazette allowing public comments. This was done on the 31st of December, and this was again finalized. There was supposed to be a consolidation of public opinion that would have been obtained at that point. If you skip any of these steps, somebody can challenge you in court and then you lose the case again. And then they had to appoint a senior counsel to lodge an application in court. This was done in 2025 January, and got the extension to be up to 31st of July this year. Then, since then, the department received and analyzed public comments, which was in December 24, finalized the drafting of the bill, now incorporating the comments. It was in February 2025. If you just look between those two, public comments were in December 2024, and then the drafting of the bill. With those comments, it was almost 2 months later. Then they did lodge the matter in the Constitutional Court on the 31st of March last year. Then there had to be a state law advisor getting involved. This was March 2025. And then they had to do internal consultation and take the matter to cabinet for approval. It was May 2025. Then obtain the certificates of the bill from the chief law advisor. This was now June 2025. It was supposed to then be tabled on the 18th of June. This was shifted to July 2025, and the translation had to be done, therefore it needed a 2 months extension. So the process was up to 2025 that they'd given us. We then expected that the bill should have been tabled with the National Assembly. We're expecting it now in February. In February, that's when the Parliament will start processing it. If the department is on time, that means it's only then we'll have to say that the bill is now being attended to. Right now, this bill is not with Parliament, and right now, this bill, we can't say too much about it, but we can prepare for the bill, particularly on how and where we are hoping to be working together in trying to fast track the passing of the bill. Now, it would appear therefore that for us, the major occupation of the committee will come from the Ko and the San community, but we're not sure what on the side of Amakosi could be issues that Amakosi might be wishing to reintroduce into the bill, and whether there are issues that the Amakosi are happy with the bill as it stands, and whether in fact Amakosi would have any other suggestion. Even if Amakosi have no issues to raise, it would still be important that the issues that are being raised from the point of view of the Ko and the San community, Amakosi would have to be involved in that discussion as to they have been consulted and what their views are. So we would need a bit of guidance when it comes to that issue. There may also be instances where when we consult on this bill, we may not be focusing on Amakosi as such, we'll be focusing on the Ko and the San community. Because of the divergence of the issues there, we might need then specialized focus where we go through those issues. And my experience tells me that there's a lot that needs to be discussed, because even as we're going through this consultative process, it became clear that there are also disagreements within the community. There are also views about to what extent what is known to be a traditional structure becomes suitable for some of the Ko and the San community, and whether they all fall within what we call traditional leadership or not. It's an issue that will be contested within that community. So nevertheless, Amakosi would be in the process consulted to raise their views around that, because it's the same bill. So what we'd be wanting to get is whether in fact that we could be aligning as we move forward. Apart from that, if I can maybe step off that issue, there has been a number of other issues that have been discussed with Amakosi at different levels, and amongst them are issues of land. The issue goes back quite a long way back, in particular in relation to how we formalize or finalize the issue of the tenure, security of tenure in the communal land. I think there's a lot of discussion that we still need to finalize in that regard, particularly what legislative framework is used to guide on the ensuring the security of tenure of people who are under the customary approach to the communal land tenure. It's an issue that becomes necessary for discussion. Similarly, other issues that have been raised relate to tensions in relation to land claims issues, particularly relations between the claimants who are represented by CPAs and traditional leadership, and sometimes a question of who is the rightful owner of the land that should have actually claimed the land. So we are aware there are those kinds of debates. Then there are other issues that relate to the matter of agriculture and rights to land and large-scale agriculture, agricultural activities and land involved in that, and whether claimed or not. So those are issues. Then there are issues of mineral rights and the relations with some of the mining companies that have come up. Recently, this committee was invited to go and deal with the matter in Richards Bay of the Richards Bay minerals, where there's a conflict between the mining company and the communities and Amakosi. There are lots of issues there that range from benefits to the community, the management of the procurement issues, the sidelining of the communities who remain poor whilst their minerals are being exploited. There were issues that related to the functioning of trusts and whether in fact community benefit flows adequately from those trusts. There were issues that related to the lack of security, deteriorating security in the area as a result of that, environmental degradation, destruction of rivers, hills and forests and so on, and the destruction of the agricultural potential of the community and all of those issues that have had to be dealt with. So we are aware that there are a whole lot of issues. In that matter, there is at the moment, I think either yesterday or today or Wednesday, there would have been the visit by the Portfolio Committee of Minerals and Energy to Richards Bay to take the matter forward. Since we had been there, we're aware as well that matter has been to court for various reasons, and there are lots and lots of challenges. And this becomes an issue as we move on, because there are lots of economic activities which should be part of local economic development that should be helping areas, rural areas and Amakosi to develop and build their own local economies and help them to deal with the fight against poverty. So we're aware that there are those various issues that need to be addressed, and we're putting everything on the table to say we want to just hear your views as the traditional leaders. So having said all of that, let me then say that we would like to get your views as the Amakosi in this area. We also hope that Amakosi are able to handle, together with the department, the issue of relations with municipalities. There are every now and again issues. When we're in the Eastern Cape, we did find that the amendment on the municipal structures did create a difficulty in them participating in the customary initiation. So we would like to get a sense of that. We also would be very keen to hear, there's been lots reported around the issue of Ngonyama Trust and your work, your relationships, your issues with that Ngonyama Trust. And although we know that the legislation is actually administered by the National Minister for Land Reform and Rural Development, but nevertheless, as a committee, we just want to understand all the issues that are affecting traditional leaders. Without further ado, let me then request that we move back to our agenda and take the next issue, which would be then the remarks from the chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. Thereafter, we'll get the presentation after the MEC would have made his remarks, and then we'll wait for the presentation and take the discussion from there. Labezita Ndelo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I would like to acknowledge everyone in the meeting and also make that amendment of correcting myself by greeting our acting HOD, Mamum Kuchini, Amakosi Wangakhona. Thank you very much to get this opportunity as KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. we wish to express our appreciation to this opportunity to appear before the Honorable Portfolio Committee. We value the engagement as a critical platform to strengthen cooperation, mutual understanding, and alignment between traditional leadership institutions and government structures. Traditional leadership remains a cornerstone of governance in KwaZulu-Natal, with the majority of our communities residing in areas under the jurisdiction of traditional authorities. As custodians of culture, land, and social cohesion, traditional leaders play a vital role in promoting stability, development, and service delivery at grassroots level. The House acknowledges the work undertaken by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in supporting traditional institutions. Especially here, we can say that with the new government, that is the new administration, we have seen much of the changes that have taken place in the House of Traditional Leaders. We also particularly appreciate initiatives aimed at strengthening the functionality of traditional councils, improving administrative capacity, and enhancing collaboration between municipalities and traditional leadership. However, honorable members, we wish to highlight several challenges that continue to affect the effective functioning of traditional leadership. One, insufficient consultation and coordination between municipalities and traditional leaders on development planning, including integrated development plans and land use management. Two, resource and capacity constraints, particularly with regard to administrative support, infrastructure, and training to traditional councils. Three, unclear roles and overlapping mandates between traditional leadership structures and local government, which at times result in tension and inefficiencies. Four, delayed implementation of legislation and policy frameworks impacting traditional leadership, including matters related to remuneration, recognition, and support. And also the GKLB, as the chairperson has mentioned. The House is of the view that meaningful development in rural traditional communities cannot be achieved without the full and active involvement of traditional leaders. We therefore call upon COCTA and this honorable committee to strengthen mechanisms for structured engagement, policy alignment, and joint planning between government and traditional institutions. Furthermore, we reiterate our commitment as the Provincial House of Traditional and Cohesion Leaders to work collaboratively with government in promoting good governance, accountability, social cohesion, and service delivery. Traditional leaders stand ready to support initiatives aimed at combating social ills, promoting peace, and advancing economic development within our communities. In conclusion, Chair and members, we thank for this opportunity to share our perspectives. We trust that the issues raised will receive the necessary attention and that this engagement will contribute towards a stronger, more effective partnership between traditional leadership and government. With those words, I think more will be detailed on the report that is coming after this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ngozi, for those insightful comments. May I also just indicate we have DDG from Department of Traditional Affairs, Vincent Manene. Was he introduced? You were introduced. Oh, okay. No, I'm just needing you to keep in mind that when if there are additional briefings on the developments on the bill, you are able to just take us through, because we would like to know where you are since we last met. Thank you. May I invite the Honorable, the MEC, to make the comments and then, of course, lead us through to the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I would just like to highlight a few issues, and thereafter request the acting HOD to take us through the presentation, which will zoom in to the issues. I think first is to appreciate the visit of the Portfolio Committee, and just to highlight a few areas of concern which we feel as COGTA would need the attention of the Portfolio Committee. The first one is the issue of the Ingonyama Trust Board, which the chairperson has briefly highlighted. And our view as COGTA is to say there seems to be a divergence of approach between the major stakeholders of Ingonyama Trust Board, which is Amakosi, Ingonyama Trust Board itself, the trustee, which is His Majesty the King, and the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. We would prefer to see more consultation taking place before positions are adopted. For example, Chairperson, the Minister of Land Reform, Minister Nyonso, wrote a letter in December 2025 to the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, requiring their view on the issue of the board, and wrote exactly the same letter to the chairperson of the board, which is Isilo. But the view of the Provincial House expressed by the chairperson in his letter to the minister is exactly the opposite of the view expressed by the chairperson, which is Isilo. And that then gives and creates a problem, because it seems as if we are not pulling from the same direction on this very important issue of Ingonyama Trust. Secondly, I would like the acting HOD to list the traditional authority centers which are currently being renovated, because there is an amount of 17 million rand which we will be using to refurbish and renovate the TACs, the traditional authority centers, which is one of the major concerns which Amakosi have raised. And in the presentation, I would also request the acting HOD to zoom into the tools of trade, the number of amakosi on medical aid, how many are now on medical aid, and also the issue of the vehicles which will be transferred to the traditional councils before the end of the financial year, ending March 31. I think, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA could not have come at a better time, because some of the issues really we feel can only be championed by the Portfolio Committee. For example, the legislation classifies amakosi as office bearers, public office bearers. Yet when the President made announcements 2 weeks ago on the benefits of office bearers with regards to pension, amakosi were excluded. So it would help if the Portfolio Committee could assist us to say, when are amakosi office bearers and when are they not? Because on the key issue of the benefits of office bearers, amakosi are excluded on that one. The second issue, which we feel requires the attention of the Portfolio Committee, is the issue of land claims. You have what is called CPA, Communal Property Associations, who are claiming land all over the show, and they get the land back, but they get the land back within the jurisdiction of Inkosi. And these fellows now are going around referring to themselves as amakosi because of this land which is coming back. So the issue of the land claims and the CPAs is becoming a source of conflict and a source of tension as to how they understand their role and how they interact with amakosi when the land is returned. And we feel that the Portfolio Committee can engage the Department of Land Reform on that issue. There is a letter which COGTA has received from Inkosi Matonsi of Ilembe district, whose area is being harassed by a member of parliament, Mthethwa, who refers to himself as Isilo and refers to himself as Ingonyama. And this member of parliament resides within the area of Inkosi Matonsi, in one of izigodi of Inkosi Matonsi. And we appeal to the Portfolio Committee to look into this issue, because it's causing now social unrest within the community, with people under Inkosi Matonsi becoming aggravated by this person who refers to himself as a Silo. And the final issue which one would like to raise before handing over to the acting HOD is the issue of people who are just mining in the areas of amakosi. They just come there with trucks without Inkosi knowing who is this company. And they say, no, they've got a permit from DMR, Department of Mineral Resources. Yet Inkosi was never consulted. Inkosi never participated in the process. And then Inkosi wakes up one day and there are trucks all over his area mining. We have a list of amakosi who are affected by this tendency, especially in the South Coast and in the Abaqulusi area, where these companies are carrying these mining permits and mining in the areas of Amakosi without the knowledge of Amakosi. And that is another issue which we feel maybe the portfolio committee could assist us with in engaging the Department of Mineral Resources, because that is also causing a lot of discomfort in the areas of Amakosi. We therefore welcome this opportunity, Chairperson, members of the portfolio committee, Amakosi Asendlunkulu, Speaker, as an opportunity for all of us to enhance our contribution to strengthen the institution of traditional leadership. May I, with your permission, Chairperson, hand over to the acting HOD to briefly take us through the presentation.
Thank you, MEC. Please proceed to DG.
Thank you. Let me stand on the protocol that has been observed by the Honorable MEC for COPTA. I need to indicate our presentation is long, but we'll take it as read. I also need to indicate, Honorable Chair, there were 11 questions that were advanced to COPTA. So we tried to do our presentation in response to those 11 key areas that were raised through a letter that we received from the chairperson. The presentation was circulated. Ngithemba Amakosi Asendlunkulu banayo i-copy. The first question.
It has been circulated. It can be done in 10 minutes, but if there is any reason, you can go to 15.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The first issue relates to the key concerns from the Provincial House around issues of governance. We are confirming that there are a number of issues that are raised occasionally by the Provincial House. Some of them we've captured them in the presentation, but I'll just give a highlight in terms of those that we feel we need to advance, while those that we feel the MEC is in the process of addressing, we did not dwell too much on those. There is inconsistency in the coordination by various sector departments, leading to what we call a fragmentation in terms of addressing the issues of Amakosi. There is also insufficient authority that is given to the House to influence policy decisions and implementation. And at times, the Provincial House feels as if they are there just to window dress and rubber stamp on issues instead of being part of the process of developing policies and influencing the policy decisions. The department has recently formed what we call portfolio committees within the House to strengthen and address the issues of oversight and to also improve on the stakeholder engagement. It's a new system that we are working on, but we are hoping with time that system, once it's well oiled, the portfolio committees will be mirrored against the portfolio committees that are there in the various government structures, and that will also assist in terms of the integration of the issues of traditional leadership. And this will also assist in terms of ensuring that the decisions that are taken through the Provincial House and all the structures are taken through to implementation. We do have unresolved legislative amendments that the Chair, you've rightfully indicated, but we also have the incomplete implementation of the PFMA on the status of the Provincial House as a public entity. There are also ongoing serious concerns relating to the security of Amakosi. When we're dealing with municipalities, Chair, you kept requesting the numbers in terms of the security for councillors and officials, but the same is not accorded to Amakosi when it comes to their security. In the province, we've had a number of killings of Amakosi, and that has prompted the Honorable MEC through our own budget to start assisting Amakosi in terms of addressing the issues of security through our own equitable share. If we move to slide 4, we are also indicating the issue of the infrastructure that is there for Amakosi, which is lacking, and we are also indicating in there the issue of the landless Amakosi that you also raised earlier on. We also have issues around the persistent boundary disputes, which requires the demarcation of traditional authority areas, and also the need to continuously realign the land administration between the TAs and municipalities to resolve the service delivery gaps. There are serious concerns in terms of the infrastructure in Kantolo, Zamakosi, and not all Amakosi have Inkantolo. Some have to undertake meetings under trees, and this is a matter that we feel should be addressed, but with the limited budget that we have as COCTA, it's impossible to meet the obligations. If we move to the slide 5, we're indicating Amakosi that have Inkantolo. There are 297 of them, and those that do not have anything at all, there are 45. But even for those 297, we still have challenges in terms of water, sanitation, and electricity, and we are indicating the status in terms of the provision of services in those TACs. And we're just giving the graphical representation, but even those that have water, the 210 where we are saying they have water, it's mainly through rainwater harvesting, and only 15% of these have municipal supply. We do acknowledge the fact that most of these areas are in the deep rural areas, but we still feel the need to ensure that the services that are basic are provided to Inkantolo. 26% have pit latrines and 195 have electricity, but even with that electricity, we feel maybe at some stage we may need to convert that to solar for affordability purposes. On slide 8 and 9, we're just listing the centers that are utilizing pit latrines, and in this day and age, this is unacceptable, and it's a matter that we need to look at moving forward. On slide 9, we are also listing Amakosi with no infrastructure at all, and the bulk of these are in Herigwala district, as well as Ilembe and Umgungundlovu and Zululand. We are indicating on slide 12 the work that we are doing around the TAC renovations, just to indicate what we found and what the work that we are doing in terms of renovating or refurbishing the infrastructure. We are indicating the before and the after effect in terms of the work that we are doing. These are just the examples of the work that we do. We do set aside a budget of about 15 to 20 million per year just for the refurbishment of Inkantolo to ensure that they meet the expectations and also the services are provided. I'll not go through in detail, but on slide 14, we're outlining the issue of the provincial public entity, where we are saying it's work that needs to be prioritized so that Amakosi are treated in the same manner as other public entities or institutions. At the moment, there is that discrepancy that is there that requires to be addressed. There is no funding or legislative provisions for direct allocation. When we look at the Remunerations Act, it only covers member salaries, but not other benefits that are afforded to the members of parliament. In terms of accountability, they are not directly accountable to the provincial legislature. They do report through COCTA, and at times that is found to be limiting in terms of the work that they would want to do. There is no accounting authority as required in terms of Section 49 of the PFMA. We therefore, in terms of this, we are therefore pushing for amendments to these arrangements. On slide 15, we are highlighting the departmental interventions that are underway, which includes the support that we provide to the committees, the issue of supporting the provincial houses. Later on in the presentation, we'll indicate the structure of COCTA and how we've moved to the clusters to support the Amakosi and also the district support infrastructure that we have. We also are indicating in there the expanded structured engagements that the MEC has introduced. If you'd recall, we have the Minimac and the Minmac, but on the side of Amakosi, we've also introduced what they call the Transmac, and we utilize this platform for the MEC to proactively engage with Amakosi and gather the issues that they may have for addressing through the various programs that we run. We are also promoting the participation of Amakosi in the IDP, in the LED structures, in disaster management, and the portfolio committees that I highlighted earlier on are going to assist us moving forward in ensuring that we integrate umsebenzi wamakosi through into the government programs that we are running. We've also facilitated a program under the UKZN Good Governance and Leadership Partnership, where we have provided resources to UKZN to capacitate Amakosi, and we've enrolled 50 that will be graduating on the 17th of February this year, and we are also in the process of mobilizing more Amakosi to participate in this program moving forward. We've also worked closely with the Department of Justice and engaged the department to ensure they workshop Amakosi in terms of their role in assisting within the communities. We collaborated with the Department of Community Safety in terms of issues of threats and killings, and this is work that still requires further engagements with SAPS as well as the Office of the Premier. We've also ensured continuity in terms of the delivery through the sittings that we have in the committees. In terms of the legal framework, we are participating as COCTA in terms of amendments to the acts as well as the Municipal Structures Act. And again, the participation of Amakosi in these structures is in threefold: through the chairperson of the local house, who automatically serves in the district and metro council, and 2 elected Amakosi are also designated to participate on councils. And unfortunately, not all municipalities have come up to ensure this takes place. We have listed the municipalities in the following slides, but we also need to indicate Endumeni and Greater Kokstad. At the moment, they have no representatives as they do not have recognized traditional communities. It's work underway, and it was raised by the members in the sittings with the municipalities, especially Endumeni, and it's work that will also be following up to ensure that it's addressed as part of the consultations on the bill. All local houses have submitted their representative lists to ensure that representation is there. But we do have King Cetshwayo, which currently does not have a local house established, as they have put in a court order relating to the bill. So they do not have the house at the moment, so they are also not represented as required. In terms of representation, currently only 14 municipalities include senior leaders on their executives, and we've listed those, and we are then pushing the rest of the municipalities to ensure they do the same. And where they are represented, municipalities are also being pushed to ensure they provide the tools of trade as well as the out-of-pocket expenses as expected. If we move to slide 18, we are also indicating that the MEC issued a directive to all the municipalities to ensure that they comply in terms of the participation of traditional leaders in the EXCO, and municipalities are in the process of complying with that instruction. 49 municipalities out of the 52 in the province. We've got them listed in terms of participation, and only 3 being Kandla, Umlalazi and King Tetrayo are outstanding, and they are waiting for those names from the local house that is still to be established. If we move to slide 19, we are beginning to unpack the issues of Mzimkhulu and the challenges that we have in terms of the integration of Mzimkhulu into KZN and its work that is currently underway since March 2006. We are also highlighting the challenges in terms of the different legislative provisions that we were utilizing, and also indicating in there that extensive research was conducted by Professor Olivia, Mr. Skakane, as well as Professor Baynard from Oxford University, who concluded on the number of traditional communities to be recognized under Mzimkhulu for incorporation into KZN. We are listing those traditional communities, and we are also indicating that because of the different legislative provisions, we still have those challenges that we are still trying to resolve. Moving on, we are also highlighting that extensive engagements were held with the Eastern Cape and KZN COCTA from April 2022, March 2024, which then resulted in concurrence on the findings leading to the current position where we are. So all areas are to fall within the recognized traditional communities, and we are also indicating that while some headmen have appealed to national structures, research findings remain consistent regarding the historical status of Mzimkhulu, and we are recognizing the 10 that we have indicated. On the issue of landless Amakosi and the status, yes, we do have challenges which are historical due to the land dispossessions in the apartheid era betterment schemes, and we are indicating in there that when land is returned to applicants after the dispossessed landless people are given back their land, we still have challenges because Amakos are not informed and they are left out in the process. There is therefore ongoing processes to categorize the landless cases by district and by specific typology. We also have active engagements with the Department of Land Affairs in this regard, and we are also pushing for the consideration of legislative review or the repeal of the CPA Act to address those challenges that are historical. There are TCs that remain underdeveloped and underserviced, and that misalignment is also needs to be addressed through municipal processes and the participation in the IDPs. As COCTA, we do participate in trying to resolve these issues through our planners, and we've also moved on to even address the challenges that were brought about through Spluma and other land development provisions. We know, Chair, that the issue of Spluma is contentious, and it's a matter that we are slowly beginning to resolve as part of discussions with Amakosi. But we also have various levels of land plans that we have developed in consultation with Amakosi, and these range from the wall-to-wall schemes, the provincial spatial development framework, and also we have held a successful land summit in 2022, and the provisions from those land summits we are beginning to implement, and one of them is the issue of ensuring we develop what we call the traditional settlement master plans in association with municipalities, but focusing on Amakosi and the incremental planning that is required to improve the land use management and settlement planning. We are listing on slide 23 the various master plans that we have concluded with Amakosi. There were 50 in 2016 to 2019 and 11 2024-25, and we're also targeting 11 each year. By the time we reach the 307, at least we'll be able to have a clear indication of the land use schemes linked to the traditional settlements master plan. We are also in the process of developing what they call the Provincial Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Bill, and we are also in full consultation with Amakosi on this bill, and work is in progress, and we are outlining the various chapters chapters making up the bill, ranging from the Provincial Spatial Development Framework, the support on monitoring municipal planning, the issue of coordination, the issue of land use management and zoning, the issue of norms and standards, and also the traditional authority participation as the cornerstone in terms of traditional areas. In there, we are also making reference to the issue of dispute resolution mechanisms that would then assist in terms of addressing some of the land-related disputes that are coming up. So there are about 17 chapters to this bill, and we are hoping to conclude it soon so that it can guide us in terms of development. Maybe coming back to the issue of the traditional settlement master plans, it is part of our intervention to ensure that Amakosi are clear in terms of which areas can be settled, which areas are sensitive, and which areas are within floodplains, so that it's easy when they allocate land to be able to then assist even in terms of climate change and disaster management. Slide 28 is just a listing of those that have been completed. I will not dwell much on that. I will then move on to the issues of economic development and sustainable development through the initiatives that we are making as COCTA that range from agriculture to support in terms of initiatives on retail. At the moment, we have a program that we are running where we are providing Amakosi with tools of trade. Of course, it's slow because of funding constraints, but we identify Amakosi and we provide them with fridges, with tents, with a set of chairs, so that they can utilize these as part of income generating when there are events that take place within their communities. And we feel this program is going to make a difference moving forward, and especially if different sectors and departments start utilizing the services of these communities, including the Ondlunkulu, that we are also providing with a set of cooking utensils, the stoves, the catering equipment as part of the process. We are also collaborating with development agencies that range from NBI, your Coca-Cola, your ABSA, as well as the NDA, where we are then moving forward, hoping to unblock service delivery challenges and also get more funding for the communities. And this includes the issue of ensuring animal health, the issue of mapping agriculture land, and also the issue of ensuring we take heed of environmentally sensitive areas. We are working closely with Omama Bezizwe in also developing them through a program that we call Umgogodla, and we are hoping moving forward we'll be utilizing these programs to support local economic development and building cooperatives that are led by Omama Bezizwe. Moving on, we're unpacking those programs where already we have 47 rural businesses that have been supported through agricultural initiatives ranging from irrigation schemes, poultry production, sowing and agri-processing, and also conducting training on market access and income generating. Slide 35, moving forward, is just a pictorial representation of what we have delivered to date, which ranges from your irrigation equipment, sowing machines, to poultry projects, as well as retail activities, including those that are involved in hairdressing, where we are beginning to support as we move forward. We had a big program in Jozini, where we also delivered tools of trade as part of our cooperative support to traditional communities. Moving on, we are also indicating again the role of Amakosi in terms of mobilizing their own communities to participate in LED over and above them also participating I will not go through the pictures, but slide 47, it's an indication of what we've produced. We also have video clips of Amakosi on Ndlunkulu highlighting the importance of these programs and how they've benefited and how they are beginning to realize meaningful benefits from the investment that we've made as COCTA. We also have programs relating to EPWP, where we are paying not the, we've actually doubled what the conventional policies say in terms of EPWP. Instead of working 12 days, we are making our communities or our EPWP benefit more, working for 20 days in a month and earning 3,000 per month. We've got 310 of these EPWPs deployed to each of the TCs. We also have the local government service delivery program with 476 beneficiaries assisting in terms of cleaning and greening. And we also have the CWP, which is a partnership with National COCTA, where we have 43,500 jobs across the province, and we ensure that Amakosi are represented in the local steering committees where the deployment of these beneficiaries takes place. We are also indicating that moving forward, we are partnering with private sector to roll out support to Amakosi and the TCs. On slide 51, we are outlining the support in terms of TC secretaries and Izinduna, where we are providing, instead of the usual stipend that was provided through the funding that was there originally, the TC secretaries' stipends has been increased, and we have received good support in terms of that. We are outlining in terms of the districts, the support in terms of the structure, where we are indicating in each district we've got a deputy director at level 12 that is responsible for managing each district and ensuring there is hands-on support to the local house. In there, we also have an assistant director, and we've got a number of level 7, level 6, level 5 support, including a driver, messenger, and an accounting clerk for each district as part of our support to the institution of traditional leadership at a district level. We have divided the province into 2 clusters, and each cluster, the 2 clusters are headed by directors, where the deputy directors report in, and those the two directors are here, represented by Mapanga and Mr. Biela as the directors for the province. In terms of tools of trade, we have a total investment of 249 million towards the TACs since 2006 up to date, where we're indicating the modifications that we are making in terms of the TACs, and we are also indicating that we've built 18 new TACs in the past 5 years, and we've rehabilitated 203 and provided modular offices for those where we cannot provide structures at the moment. Again, in terms of tools of trade, we have provided vehicles to the chair and deputy chair of the provincial house, and Isuzu and the BMW, and we are also in the process of acquiring more vehicles, which is work that is currently underway through the intervention of the MEC, and we are in the process of acquiring those for distribution to various Amakosi once the order has been finalized with the Department of Transport. We faced delays in terms of that procurement, but we are hoping once that is concluded before the end of the financial year, we'll be able to gradually provide Amakosi with vehicles similar to what other provinces are doing. Of course, we will not be able to cover all the 307 at one go, but that there will be an incremental increase on an annual basis as we get a budget for those provisions. Other provinces manage to provide the vehicles for all, and we are one province that is lagging behind, and it's work that the MEC is currently pushing for through any savings that we realize in the department. I've mentioned the issue of the 50 Amakosi benefiting from the UKZN program. Those 50 will also provide them with laptops and data to enable them to do their homework. And when there is the block release, we book them for accommodation and we provide support in terms of ensuring they submit the work that is required. A total of 307 laptops and Wi-Fi routers were also handed to the TC secretaries so that there is easy access to the TC secretaries in each district. The finalization of the handbook is also delaying us in terms of ensuring full compliance, and I think we are on version 25 of the handbook at national level, and we are hoping that once that is finalized, we'll be able to gradually make budgetary provisions for the tools of trade that would have been made available at national level. We are rolling out a new program called the Amakosi Legacy Plan, which is a program that we started researching on in the last financial year in partnership with Standard Bank. Standard Bank was our banker at the time, and they created a tailored financial product which addresses the financial exclusion of Amakosi. And that program, unfortunately, it has not yet reached its finality. We are implementing certain provisions like medical aid already, but the issue of pension, the issue of funeral assistance, unfortunately, that is awaiting the presidential proclamation, and we cannot at this stage go ahead with implementation until the issue of, in terms of the Public Office Bearers Act is addressed. But the scheme itself, we are looking at the medical aid, we are looking at pension benefits for Amakosi, we are also looking at funeral cost support. At the moment, as COCTA, we do provide funeral cost support, but the amount that we provide is not assisting in terms of dignified send-off, and we are saying once this scheme is up and running, it's also going to relieve the burden on COCTA and families as well, and families will be able to then bury Amakosi with dignity, similar to how the members of parliament get the state assistance when it comes to burial. In terms of the next slide, we are also indicating that the benefits of the pension fund is because Amakosi, they do not retire, and at times they serve for a lifetime, and in those circumstances, they are forced to work until they are too old. But once there is this benefit of retirement and pension fund, they may be able to then hand over to a successor, and that will also assist in terms of limiting the disputes that may come up moving forward. Amakosi have also not enjoyed adequately in terms of the Public Office Bearers Act due to some of these exclusions, and we are saying moving forward, we are calling upon the change in terms of legislation to allow Amakosi to enjoy the same benefits of pension, medical aid, and funeral cover. I would not go through in terms of the benefits, but the slides are there, and we've consulted in terms of this program. We've consulted with National Department of COCTA. We've also consulted with the provincial house, the local houses, the various structures, including engaging the Minister of COCTA, as well as our Premier, and the National COCTA in terms of the DG. Of course, there are issues that have been raised that we've been trying to also finalize, including getting a legal opinion in terms of the provision of this plan, and also engaging with the Commission on the remuneration of public bearers. So work is underway in terms of that, but we've made budget provisions as a start so that once there is approval, we can then kickstart and maybe showcase those benefits moving forward. We've also consulted with the regulatory structures in terms of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, and they had given us their go-ahead, and His Majesty the King had also provided support in terms of the legacy plan. So now what is awaited is the further consultation with the President for a full buy-in. We are indicating on slide 66 just the various consultations that we took, that we undertook, ensuring that all Amakosi are aware of what we would want moving forward to gain their full support, and its work in progress. We also need to indicate on slide 71 is the letter from the the FSCA, where they were giving us the approval, and the case number is also indicated. So as I've indicated, we await to go back to the provincial executive once all the legal provisions have been met and there is presidential proclamation on the matter. And as I mentioned, we have made the budgetary provisions for the coming year. In terms of the renovations, the additions that the MEC requested I make, there are 18 Amakosi that are going to be benefiting from the 16.5 million that has been made available by the province for disaster management, and that funding is to address the disaster damaged TACs. We've had TACs that have faced damages even for the past 5 years, and unfortunately the funding that has come from national has not really been sufficient to cover all Amakosi and to address all the damages that we've experienced. So that 16.5 million is divided into the 18 beneficiaries or Amakosi. We've divided them into 2 clusters. Cluster 1 is made up of about 9 Amakosi from Ilembe, 2 from Ilembe, 5 from Ugu, 1 from eThekwini, Umgungundlovu, Herigwala. The MEC has signed letters to the beneficiary Amakosi that will be receiving support in terms of ukurinovethwa kwenkantolo. And on cluster 2, we've got King Kechwayo, 1 TC, Inkandla 1 TC, Ngutu there are 2, and Alfred Duma there are 2 under Utugela. Unkosumabasu, Unkosusitole, Kipinkunzi, Emzinyathi, Zondi, Koza, Bejane, King Kechwayo. So work has already commenced, and we are also hoping through variation to add maybe a few more as we received disaster damaged infrastructure for December and January, and those funding provisions have not yet been made, but we are hoping through our own savings we'll be able to make room for the renovations of these additional structures that we didn't cover in the initial allocation. I'm not sure, I think I've covered everything. Honorable MEC, this is the end of our presentation as COCTA. We'll then await questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very comprehensive. Thank you very much. Let us then invite the members to look at this. I think it's so comprehensive. Members would have needed a bit more time to look at it before they can comment. But nevertheless, I'm going to give the opportunity to the members to reflect. Just to say, a lot of the issues you have raised, and I think substantive issues are highlighted on the first few pages, probably page 3 and page 4. I'm not understating the rest, but those issues of limited institutional support and resources, it's a matter we've raised with the National Minister and Department, particularly looking at what is standardization of the support. But I also think the issue of the vision of what is expected of the traditional leaders, particularly the issue of the functions. What are they supposed to be doing and what resources they need to fulfill those functions. So it's an important issue that we would want to engage even further with the minister on the matter. Then of course the issues of coordination, and there's always been the question around the extent of the influence, the role of the houses in policy and legislation. It's been an ongoing debate. The issue of the integration with municipalities in the decision making has also been raised. I was referring to this issue in relation to the Eastern Cape. Part of the challenge we picked up had to do with that. Some of the members felt, well, if we're not needed in working with the municipalities, how do you then call us when you want to deal with this issue that's causing the death of initiates? We're not part of that structure, but now you need us when you cooperate, when you want us to cooperate and support in trying to control the mushrooming of illegal unregistered initiation centers. How do you come to us now because you said we shouldn't participate there? There are issues that need to be cleaned up and managed. So I think it's a matter that amendment that you refer to that needs to be looked at. Obviously, we need to discuss it at a higher level as well. I was interested in the issue of the public entity. I think we've seen the classification creating that inconsistency. It's the same issue, I think, with the defining amakosi within the office bearers, that there are times when they would fall within that definition and the other side, they fall on a different understanding. So it's a matter that we need to pick up with the national minister. An issue that we haven't discussed in more detail here is around the security of traditional leaders. There's been a spate of killings. What we really do wish to get is, what is this? What is behind this? In some instances, we've seen the issue of land invasions and land allocations being the source of the fight here. And I'm not sure how far Amakosi have dealt with this and understand it. But in a number of instances, this has been a factor. And I think it's an issue that does need to be discussed. In fact, I've even been aware of instances where people have assumed an authority of a traditional leader in an area where there's never been one, and maybe they themselves are not one. But you know, that's been the issue. This around the issue of the land allocation. In fact, selling land. So it's an issue that does need us to focus on. Honorable members, let me give you the opportunity to comment. Let's start with the Honorable Naya. There should be a mic on nearby. We'll just move over if there's anyone who wishes to comment.
Greetings to all the traditional leaders. I just have a question of clarity. It's something that I picked up on our oversight. One of the issues is these traditional centers. You know, the buildings are subject to flooding, damage by inclement weather, vandalism, and theft, and so on. And the problem with this is the traditional leaders are unable to insure these buildings because the buildings do not belong to them. Is there some plan to hand over ownership or look into how we can resolve this issue so that they are able to insure these buildings and take care of them, even invest in them for the long run, so that when they have any sort of theft or vandalism or crisis, they are able to claim from insurance? And also, the sustainability of it. There's only so much that we have been able to do as government. They need to be able to rent out, extend the centers, rent out parts of it to non-profit organizations or local people so that they can also earn an income to be able to sustain these traditional centers. So I just want to find out if the department has looked into that because it is quite a crucial point that will be able to assist our traditional leaders. Thanks.
Greetings to all the traditional leaders who is here with us today. Chairperson, if you can remember our last meeting in December, we have raised this issue of our traditional leaders in South Africa who is not being supported by our government the way they need to be supported. We also have said that it's an old age issue and that we as the seventh parliament that we must really address this issue and so we can honor our traditional leaders in South Africa, whether it's with the pension funds, the tools of trade, whatever support they need, we really need to champion their issues, especially with the economical emancipation of our traditional leaders. It's a fact that it doesn't help if you are recognized as a traditional leader, but you are landless. It's the same like a rhino without a horn. You are recognized, but there's no land. It can't be the case. We can't celebrate the King of England, but we don't celebrate our kings and our chiefs. So we really need to take this matter very serious and make sure that in our term and that we resolve these issues. So from my side, I'd just like to appreciate the fact that we can sit here around the table and engage around the issues. Thanks, Chair.
Sihlalo sikhuleke emakhosini siyindlu yeParliament sileli committee. Sihlalo ufeze sivume nje siyiParliament ukuthi asenzile kahle emakhosini. Akukho kusha esikuzwayo la. Akukho kusha esikuzwayo. Indaba endala le ekade yayikhulunywa ikhalazo ezindala lezi amakhosi ekade ekhuluma ngazo. Mhlambe ke sihlalo kuzobaleka njengeParliament ke siye ukukhuluma ke senze nje okufanelekile ukuthi makwenzeke emakhosini akithi. Hlalo ubuzokhumbula ukuthi bese Denmark silephe portfolio committee ngo-1994. It's 30 years ago sathola inkululeko Hlalo. And kuyadumaza ukuthi after 30 years sisakhuluma ngama tools of trade amakhosi angawatholi. Sisakhuluma ngokuhlonipheka nokubeka nesithunzi samakhosi okungenzeki. Sisakhuluma ngomasipala okungenzeki ukuthi amakhosi athole efudumele ehloniphekile ngokomsebenzi wawo nangokwesithunzi sawo. Simnyama Sihlalo. Lemthetho eParliamente yenziwa yithina. Lezi inkinga amakhosi akhuluma ngazo ufike lungiswe yithina. Umbuzo ke Sihlalo ukuthi kuyoze kube nini? Ngoba silindele ukuthi amakhosi azaqedelwe kuza kuphela ukuhlonipha emakhosini. Kuya lapho ke Sihlalo uma sikhuluma namakhosi njengama politicians, amakhosi avela shengile abhekele angabe sasithatha serious noma sithathe njengama politicians okuhlele kuthiwa sinamanga sama politicians. It's a fact ukuthi nathi Sihlalo singama politicians asikhombisi ukukhuthala nokugijima ekulungiseni izinkinga zamakhosi. Bengizophakamisa ke Sihlalo ukuthi singayixoxi le report ebekwe la phambi kwethu siyikomiti sibonane noNgqongqoshe uma kuwukuthi ama MSCs ama provinces no premier bayanxusa ukuthi sizikhulume lezo sizibheke Sihlalo senze njalo. Bengise Northern Cape 2 weeks ago, same thing. Bengise Northwest futhi same thing. Ama problems afana kuzwelonke kodwa belamakhosi. Ayona inkinga KwaZulu-Natal kuphela le. Inkinga kazwelonke. Silo uhulumeni siyili iParliamente elidominatwa abantu abamnyama. Asingabe salokho sikhuluma kakhulu Sihlalo manje singacashi futhi ngebill. Zikhona izinto ezidinga ibill. Uyothi uthi kulento ibill But isikhona into ezingenzeka nje ngaphandle kwebill ukuthi iphasiswe. So ke sona ke isikhathi isihlalo sibona lesenza siyiparliament. Sibonakala nje senza siyiparliament. Okunye ke isihlalo okubalekile fese ukwenze nje. Ukhulumile imizethu. Uma sihlangene semnyama. Ngoba esikwenzayo abantu bakithi lapha balalele bafuna ukuzwa ukuthi sithini. Futhi ke abantu bazivotela ukuthi sibe kulezi zihlalo. Isilungu sona sihle. Kodwa first sizibheke isikhathi izinto edinga uquqaba masikhuluma ukuthi basizwe. Ukuthi sikhuluma izinto edingwa yibona neziyimfanelo futhi zabaholi babo abantu bakithi abamnyama. Sengizogcina ke hlalo sengizodlulisela kuza kwethu. Hlalo udaba lweNgonyama Trust. Ngiyaguga manje sihlalo. Ngiyazibuza ukuthi laba sebenzi abalapha kweNgonyama Trust ngempela uma besema office i-delivery yabo bayithula kuphi? Angikholwa ukuthi kulamakhosi esinawo la bayazi nje ukuthi ke umsebenzi weNgonyama Trust endaweni zamakhosi yenzani ngempela. Le budget yeNgonyama Trust isihlalo isiza bani? Isiza kuphi le budget yeNgonyama Trust? Ngamakhosi la asinawo la asizakala ngebudget yeNgonyama Trust. Mhlambe ke kuzobaleka ukuthi ke sibone iNgonyama Trust nayo njengoba nayo ine budget yayo isiza isebenza. Siwabona ama project enziwa iNgonyama Trust endaweni zamakhosi. Ngoba sikhuluma ngebudget yama millions if not billions kwiNgonyama Trust. But umbuzo ukuthi ke yenzani leyo budget? Ezindaweni zamakhosi kungabe iyabonakala iNgonyama Trust ideliver lezo ndawo zamakhosi. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you. Greetings to Amakosi and to the KZN Cocktail delegation. First, I would like to acknowledge this presentation. It is a very well put together document. So very well done to KZN Cocktail, HOD, and the members that did a document like this. It's the first time I see this, and I must say, well done. It also opens my eyes to many things, because I've been involved in Khoi and San matters and traditional affairs for, about 30 years now. But I've never seen this document. It's only recently that I'm in government. I've also still never seen something like this. And it also it's an indication how organized KwaZulu-Natal really is when it comes to traditional affairs. I take my hat off to you guys for the organization, the structures that you have in place in terms of that. It doesn't compare, all right? It far exceeds the way other provinces are running their traditional affairs, okay? So, you've got the structures in place, you've got the TACs, type vehicles, land, and other benefits for the Amakosi. It's really, you are taking care of your Amakosi in KZN. On the other hand, if I go back to the other traditional leaders, the Khoi and the San, they're hoping still for recognition. So we're hoping that change, so they can also enjoy some of these benefits because it's been a while, you know, this bill that Act 3 of 2019, as the chairman alluded earlier on, is still not enacted fully, and that we can, you know, you can act on it. Also, there's problems around that, around the enactment, around the recognition phase of this thing, because currently the recognition phase, as per the commission, has been put on hold because of budget. Now my question immediately goes out to COCTA National and say, you know, you've made promises to the Khoi and the San people since this bill was enacted in 2019. We are now in 2026. There has not been one Khoi and San king, chief, headman, or call it induna, recognized. Not one has been recognized. And again, at the moment, they've halted the process because they said to the commission there is no budget. So how serious is COCTA really about recognizing the Khoi and the San? Frustrates the San because it delays the process of recognition so much further. You know, 7 years later and there's nothing. In terms of the National House and the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoi and San leaders, we cannot join. Nowhere in the country can we join the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoi and San leaders because not one Khoi and San leader has been officially recognized, you know. And the other nice thing I want to say to the Amakosi is we have a whole lot of traditional leaders, chiefs and stuff in the Northern Cape, in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape, all over. But not one of them, not a single one of them is getting a stipend, has got land or anything to that effect. Yet, the only thing that they get told is apply to the Commission for Recognition, and once you recognize, you'll get the benefits. Guys, if I must tell you, they've been trying to pass this bill since 2002. The very first time I came across the bill was 2002. 24 years later, it's still not even acceptable to me, so I don't know if the Khoi and the San, the rest of the Khoi and the San people will accept it. But really, very well done to KZN for your structures and for what you're doing for your Amakosi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I open for, I'm not sure, I'll leave the MEC because we will come back at the end. We'll come back at the end, but if the other members of parliament want to come in, you want to come in? Okay, there is a mic next to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I hope the Chair realizes why I need to speak now so that when 1 o'clock comes. Firstly, I want to appreciate the report that is tabled by COCTA, which I am sure that the portfolio committee may be also be able to, at a certain point in time, when we are dealing with our own issues of oversight, be able to assist us further in how it is monitored. And Chair, before I even leave, I know that maybe Amakosi through the executive will be raising issues. And I want to say on our own side as the institution and when it comes to oversight, we appreciate that firstly the committee had this gathering where the executive in the provincial house is present so that we get further information on what may be outstanding. But in terms of the national committee, what we would also like to put back to them, Chair, as you go back, which we will also raise with the Speaker officially. There is a whole lot of matters that need to be addressed, even prior to going through the act itself, the act that we have to do. But the issue that is important and critical from us where we stand is also having us at our own level to have the interactions with the house, because we also believe that Amakosi should be part of leadership. Through our own public participation programs, we go to areas of Amakosi, and you find that we are not having a proper way of communicating with them. We only go to update them because at certain points in time, there is no clarity in that. So if probable at a national level, because the act is at national, could also bring it down to how we communicate at our levels. But also I believe there was something gazetted, Chair. I am not sure whether it is overseen the implementation or it is understood the implementation of. I believe during the time of the acting president, President Khalima Mutlante, to a certain level, there was something that was gazetted, and it was speaking to issues that are not yet implemented. And those of us in the appropriation side, we haven't seen that resources coming to national, because we have to hold COCTA accountable, but the allocation of resources that come down from national, Chair, are not cognizant that there is this extra work that COCTA is doing, which needs to have been seen by the national appropriation. I am raising this, Chair, because in the previous year, we have seen AG starting to say there are things that are done that are outside the scope. I am not saying that COCTA was amongst that, but the worry is that if it's not coordinated, its oversight and bringing down the resources, we may have problems taking it forward. But importantly, it was gazetted and it was signed off by a president of the Republic, and it spoke to issues of medical aid. It spoke to all issues that the department in the province is speaking of, and the implementation was supposed to come from national down to us, probably in the programs of oversight of the committee, if you can also look at that. The other one, Chair, I heard the MEC speaking about the issues of the land that have been claimed. The legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, though it's supposedly going to go to national and it's supposed to be going to the land affairs, I believe that at a certain point, we should have a platform, because Amakosi have also had an input in the 6th term when we were going through the land that was reclaimed and how it was being used. Sometimes it's not used, it's under Amakosi, and Amakosi are not part of the claim in those instances that we went to. Now you find that the land is laying fallow, Chair, is not being used, and the people are fighting. Yet Inkosi, that is supposedly the guardian of the land in that particular area, is not even an ability to enter, because there is a trust that acts in a manner that the MEC was saying that Amakosi angakwazi ukungena. We want to be having that opportunity. I am raising it myself because it was not done by COCTA. Instead, we had an ad hoc committee, Chair, as the legislature, and the report was brought to us as the House, and we remain guardians of that. And it was also pointing to some of the areas of violence as cause of the areas of violence in Indawo Zamakosi, because the trusts were fighting amongst themselves and also trying to keep out Amakosi from being people that come in to intervene. And it was a significant contributor in some areas to the violence and the matters that we see in areas of Amakosi. We would like to bring that, maybe, even if we send it through to the committee of COCTA to see it, especially when it concerns the role of Amakosi. But importantly, Chair, mine is on what was signed back in the time of President Mutlante and its implementation going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any comments? All right, asinikeza amakhosi. Uma kukhona amakhosi afisa ukubeka, umhlonishwa sogcina ngaye. akuphoqi ukho yabezithi acingwana. Because the speaker will leave, one of the proposals we will make as the committee is for MEC to table this type of report, this report for the legislature, and sharpen issues that need the support of the legislature, so that the issues that are being raised should take us to a point where some of them can be implemented because they don't need anyone else other than just the support. Some of the issues will obviously have budgetary implications, which is your competence, and some of them will require the support to the MEC and the Premier for implementation. So do anticipate that there would then be this report where the members must deliberate on it and then help support the cause of Amakhosi. Asidlule sicela inkosi Macingwane ibeke.
Ngiyabonga Chairperson we Portfolio Committee namalunga akho onke Makhosi aseNdlunkulu nobuholi bonke be province. Ngiqale ke nje ngibonge I-presentation esiyenzelwe uCocta ekhuluma ngokuhlupheka kwethu okubekiwe kuyona isihlalo. Siyafisa ke ukuthi nisilekelele njenge portfolio committee yakwaCocta national ebuhlungwini esibhekene nabo njengobukhosi. Ngifisa nje mhlambe ukugcizelela nje okubili okuthathu ukuthi thina njengamakhosi kakhulukazi KZN sibuka ngathi sibekwe ngaphandle kulentando yeningi eyatholakala ngo-1994. Sekubulawa amakhosi angaphezulu kuka 20 neyinduna engaphezulu ka 30. Asiboni lutho kuhulumeni wethu oluphathekayo olwenzekayo. Sifunde emaphepheni ukuthi kwakhiwa manje ibill ye coalition and izophasa before mhlambe this financial year ngoba kuqondene nobusopolitiki. Kodwa ama legislation aphathele nobukhosi kuthatha iminyaka ukuthi iphasiswe. Sizokhala sihlalo, sizokhala samakhosi ukuthi nathi singabantu, nathi singama-Afrika. Ngizwisa ubuhlungu obukhulu, ngizoke ngenze isibonelo nje ngamakhosi asemsinga ahamba emhlabeni ngenxa yokuthi awanayo i-medical aid ayiswa ebhedlela ezipublic. Kulamakhosi awu4 ngiwashoyo ngikluda ngisho nobaba ongizalayo okwazi kwabusokumisa kwi-private hospital yaphela imali sahluleka isizwe waphindela kwi-public hospital wafika wakhotha. Inkosi yakwaMajosi kwenzeka okufanayo eMsinga. Inkosi yakwaNgubane kwenzeka okufanayo eMsinga. Inkosi yakwaMabaso kwenzeka okufanayo eMsinga. yini soneli kuhulumeni wentando yeningi yethu. Yini esiyonile. Ikuphi lapho esingahambisani khona nohulumeni osuke ebekiwe phambi kwethu. Ngoba sifundiswe ukuthi njengamakhosi kufanele ukuthi silalele imithetho eshawa uhulumeni, sihloniphe kanye nezizwe esiholayo. Ikuphi la esenza khona wrong ongeza kuze sijeziswe kangaka uhulumeni wethu wabantu abamnyama. Njoba kadeshu MEC singama public office bearers kuphela ithina kuphela esingawathola ama fringe benefits asifanele. Sikuthathe iminyaka asazi ukuthi kubambephi. Sizoze sikhulume esithini. Yini mhlambe kufanele siyenze kuhulumeni ukuze mhlambe asizwe. Asilalele nathi nje kwesikhashana uthi hayi nanka amakhosi ayakhuluma. Kwakhona lokho esihlangene ngakho manje kuzosisiza ngani? Ngoba nizohamba nani nibona uminister, nimele o premier, nibona omongameli kufane nje. Yini inhloso yokuhlangana kwethu? After 6 months, 1 year sizobona numehluko. After 6 months nje base ngathi sikucele emhlonishwa sihlalo khabazela. Sithi ke awuze ke kusukela kule engagement esasinayo nani yini osekukhona uwani usukhona yini khona nokwenzekayo singayithola yini imphumela ekahle. Angisho ukuthi ngi-undermine ukuhlangana kwethu kuhle, kodwa futhi kuhle ngoba cishe nonke ekomidini niyakubona ukuthi uhulumeni udlala ngamakhosi. Nithini ke nini njengoba phela nimele abantu esibaholayo lapha ezizweni? Nithini nimakudlalwa ngamakhosi? Ngoba ukudlala ngamakhosi lokho esibona kwenziwa uhulumeni ayinini ngayini naphela kuba nani ingxenye kahulumeni. Indlela yokuxhumana ngisilo usomlomo ekhuluma ngendlela yokuxhumana. Mase sibuze usihlalo nangu phambi kwethu nayi executive. Sinamba portfolio committees akwi house. Kunini ebhali incwadi ecela nje ukubona chairperson ye portfolio committee e legislature. Ungenzeki. Ngaphendula usihlalo we portfolio committee legislature engakuphenduli kwakuphendula. Sithi sifuna ukwenza ubudlelwane bokusebenzisa abantu esibaholayo. Singakhiphela incwadi zibhala o chairperson bama portfolio committees becela nje i-appointment nosihlalo we-portfolio committee legislature. Ungenzeki. Ufuna senze njani? Sifisa ukusebenzisana nohulumeni kanjani? Ngoba sizama ngawo wonke amandla siyaqheliswa nje. Kufuna kwenzeke kanjani? Angisho ke ukuthi ngithini bengiphawula nje nami. Futhi angikholwa amakhosi ukukhona azokuphawula. Ngoba sesikhulume kakhulu. Asikwazi nesikhuluma into eyodwa singaboni inqubekela phambili. Sikhuluma ngama-medical aid asihluphayo. Asikwazi ukuthi amakhosi siphethe izizwe, siphethe abantu abaningi kangaka. Uhulumeni wethu ungasibhekelela impilo yethu. Kusho ngamanye amazwi awusidingi uhulumeni, awudingi uhulumeni kube khona abaholi bomdabu. Ngoba impilo zabo azaziwa nokuthi ziyini. Azaziwa nje nokuthi iziyini impilo zabaholi bomdabu. Into ebaluleke kangaka. Noma singabalekile ke mhlambe ke phela kuma politicians, kodwa sibalulekile kubantu esibaholayo ngoba bayasazi amakhosi. Noma singabuka sibancane kanjani kuma politicians, kodwa kubantu esibaholayo bayasazi ukuthi singamakhosi abo sibeke uNkulunkulu phambi kwabo. Ngiyabonga nje mina kakhulu. Akukho angazi ukuthi amakhosi mhlawumbe azophefumula, kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi kubekekile nje konke i-department ikubekile konke okuyizifiso zethu nesineyinkinga nazo. Ehlale sikusho kubona uba seduze kwethu. Sisho ukuthi sinenkinga la. Bayakwazi kahle ukuthi yini ngempela. Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngiyaxolisa ukuthatha isikhathi eside kakhulu. For those who didn't understand me, I'm very sorry. I was just speaking my vernacular. I speak yeah, okay. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu sihlalo. Kodwa phela nami nginelungelo lokukhuluma ulimi lwami. Ngizwile umtolo naye khuluma ulimi lwakhe. Nami ngikhuluma ulimi lwami ngize expressa kangcono ngalo. Ngiyabonga.
Hayi indaba ezitha akukho la unekhona. Nginje uzothi ephuma uspeaker abe esevumile ukuthi nizosishiyela lezi incwadi zalama komiti enawacela ukuthi ngicela ukuwabona. Isonto aliphele sebebonakele sekungaba ukuhlela kwenu kwemanihlehlisa khona sodlula entweni ethi nike nicela ukubona oba asikho isidingo sokuthi ngathi manicela ukubona usihlalo wekomiti angavumi kodwa nizosishiyela lezi incwadi noma le list ukuthi ubani benifisa ukubabona namakhosi uspeaker njengoba ephuma ngifuna athembise leli lokuthi la uzokwenza ukuthi anihlelele lo mhlangano mina ngizonike yami inamba ukuthi makuphela isonto ingawutholakala lo mhlangano mina ngibuye ngizokuspeaker no MEC pendula mama.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to accept that. In fact, also the request of committees might have come after firstly the House wrote to us requesting to sit in portfolio committees. I once received that letter and we clarified that you come to a committee when there is a matter on an issue that you want to speak on. If that comes to an issue, there is an identified, we will facilitate that. We still stand with that commitment. I hear that they may have been sent directly to chairpersons of committees, but if we also receive them, we will facilitate that. But I can't say, Chair, definitely a week after them sending will end. Will not end before that happens. Once we start receiving them, we'll look at our own program and have the chair of committees looking into that. It's a commitment we made sometime in the last term, and it's a commitment we are still making that whenever the House needs to meet with certain committees, we will facilitate that. If then they wrote to the committees, it may have been something that was not making us to be privy to that. But if we receive that, we are standing with that commitment. Sizawulenza uhlelo lokuthi kubonane nalawo makomiti uma sithe sazithola lapho ifuna ukubonana khona i-executive okanye amakhosi befuna ukubonana namakomiti athile sisakhomita njengaleya ncwadi esasiyibhalile.
Kulungile speaker kodwa ke ufuna sizama ukuyi-understand ukuthi ithini inkinga kulomhlangano lo we-portfolio committee abantu abahlala befuna ukulalela bangahlala abavimbelekile so angizwa kahle ukuthi kuphi lapho kunenkinga
incwadi yayicela
ukuthi uma becela ukuba nomhlangano ngicela ukuthi njengoba ngikhuluma ngesonto thina soyithola lezi incwadi uzodinga uspeaker ababekele idate mangabe kungabe ukuthi kwenzeka this week asithole ukuthi into yokwenzeka nini makungekho possible it's fine kodwa ke asiqede ngale ndaba sibeke eceleni ngoba akuyona into engabangwa ukuthi bayakwazi ukubonana no chair nobaba was.
Cha sihlalo namanje siyavumelana sithi sasicelile ukuthi makukhona sizafacilitate sikwenze lokho. Engingafuna ukuhamba lana ngiqambela amakhosi amanga kusekhona amakhosi angithembise ngiphi inkomo ukuthi ngithi uma ifika izobonakala lingaphelili isonto lelo ezofika ngalo thina sizokuhlela immediately ngoba ngiyathemba ukuthi ungenza ukuthi zifuma amakomiti ahlukehlukene sibheke iprogram yalelo komiti sibe sesicela ukuthi umhlangano mawufakeke nini okubalekile esihlalo ukuthi azobambeka imihlangano ecelwayo angifuni ukwenza ngathi ngazi ukuthi beze komitini elilodwa sihlalo ngoba ngenze ukuthi beze komitini amaningana so sizoyihlela kahle imihlangano leyo eceliwe siyakhomita. That's the commitment we are making. But leyo ukuthi ekomitini kuvulelekile ukuthi bahlale kwakukhona nasencwadini kodwa bengewona amalungu ekomiti bahlale njengabantu labafikayo bezopresenta amakhosi a-invitewe kwamanye amakhosi awa-identify ukuthi nansi esifuna izoxoxwa sizawufika ekomitini ndisekhona lapha incwadi yayichaze sithi lokho kuvalekile amakhosi ayakwenza ngaphandle kwemihlangano leke efuneka ihlelwe ecaleni kodwa all committees of the legislature are open for participation except being members of the committee.
Okay, kodwa kule indaba yami nesonto isekutheni uthi uNkosi abazange baphendule nokuphendula. So uma kunjalo ngithi ke abasinike within this week mawungakwazi ukwenza umhlangano asibe khona impendulo ezibeka idate. That's fine. Kodwa uma ngabe akube into ukuthi siyazi ukuthi kuleli sonto lonto izobe udluliwe ekutheni umhlangano uzoba khona. Ungabe ukuthi bazolinda bangazi ukuthi uyobanini nokuthi impendulo engabe khona. Ngibalekela leli impendulo ikona ukuthi leli sonto it's about impendulo.
Oh Chair, siyavuma lokho siyabonga siye siziphendule incwadi ezifikayo sivele kwehouse siyashesha ukuziphendula njengezinye izincwadi nalezi mazifika soziphendula bese silandela naloko ukuthi kuke kwabhalelwa osihlalo kwangaphendulwa kodwa thina uma singayicela igoqeke ize kuthina sikwazi ukuzidlulisela emakomitini.
Asimdedelo somlomo siqhubeke nomhlangano ngizocela amakhosi aqhubeke nokuphawula. Siyabonga. Just for the members to not to get too far lost, the last engagement, okay, Inkosi Mkhunu raised a number of issues. The last issue he raised was that they've been requesting meetings with the chairs of portfolio committees. They've not been acknowledged, and for that, they are not happy. But before then, they were raising issues that relate to the security of Amakosi, the numbers that have been killed, and they feel that something should have been done. The second issue relates to the tools of trade in relation to medical aids. A number of Amakosi who passed because of ill health, they couldn't be taken care of because they couldn't have private medical aids, and so that's another concern. And of course, the rest of the other issues relate to the feeling of being marginalized as Amakosi, and they feel that they need to be recognized even though they are not in the same, they're not politicians in the way that they feel they've been marginalized. It makes an example that legislation of Amakosi takes long to deal with, whereas legislation that's got to do with politicians can be sorted out quickly. For example, the coalitions bill, he believes it's going to be sorted very quickly because the politicians are hands-on on it, but the ones of traditional leaders are kind of taking second place. So the point I was then making was that because the speaker is here, let us get a commitment that the chairs of the portfolio committees will be available to meet, and if the Amakosi can submit to us the request that they'd made, we'll then pass them to the speaker, and within a week we should either have had the meeting or have a response as to when the meeting is likely to happen, so that the feeling of not being responded to must be dealt with. And if there is a problem and all of that has been done, the chairperson of the committee or portfolio committee is available to actually follow the matter up with the MEC as well as with the speaker. So the speaker is just committed, I think because it was in English, we'd all have followed that she is indicating that they have received some letters. There are issues that to be discussed in relation to whether the members, Amakosi can be members of the portfolio committee, which is not possible, but that they would then ensure that they facilitate their participation within the committees, and also will facilitate the meeting with the portfolio committees, because there are many. She doesn't want to be tied up to a week, but it can be done as soon as the time is available, having looked at the program. So that's the issue. And of course, Ngosi was indicating that for him it's easier to express himself this way, but we're saying that there is no need to apologize because we've understood the message of what he had to deliver to us. He feels that sometimes even this meeting may not be worth it. Can we come back and say, okay, out of that meeting we had this and that has actually been achieved? And part of their frustration is the fact that they think their issues have taken a long time to be given attention. All right, thank you very much. Asibuye ke size Unkosi, okay. Kosmachos. Yona, yeah,
Okay, ngibingelele sihlalo umhlangano, ngibonga ithuba. Ngicela nje ukuthi all protocol observed. Okokuqala nje ngifisa ukubonga lo mbiko osuhlanganisela ukhokhtha. Ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi okuningi esikhala ngako samakhosi kukhavekile. Kodwa ke nje nami sengithi angi-emphasize nje kokunye engikubonayo engikuobservayo nami. Mina ngifuna nje ukuthinta kakhulu kule issue le yamakhosi alandless. Yona lento le is very sad ukuthi kune house of which 1/3 wamakhosi afola under a category ya landless. So lento le ya landless uma ungahlehla nayo ubuka ubulawa kwamakhosi. Uthola ukuthi amakhosi amaningi alimala la kunalezi zinto zama trust lama CPA. Ngoba uthola ukuthi iclaim uyafakwa, most of the cases ifakwe inkosi iclaim. Uthola ukuthi kodwa when it comes to restoration umhlaba usunikwa itrust. Then kuba nala period leyo kufanele mhlambe ku reason kwenziwe izinto ezithile. Then kuleyo period kuvele kufika abantu ba invade. Uthola ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi futhi wona ama trustees ase prioritize imali abuke abantu abafuna ukuthenga umhlaba abadayisela abantu imhlaba ngo 100,000. Uthola ukuthi ama beneficiaries lawa ekade esusiwe kabuhlungu ngalesi sikhathi ayisuswe ngaso ubone ukuthi justice ayenzeki kuwona. Still manje asevimbekile futhi ukuthi abuyele emhlabeni wawo ngoba umhlaba usudayisiwe kwadayiselwa abantu abanemali. Of which futhi nalapho even kuthiwa lento ayilungisa. Unalomthetho lo othi umuntu mase ehlalile isikhathi esithile sekufanele umniki i-alternative accommodation azohlala kuyona ngaso sikhathi. So itrust izoyithatha nenkosi izoyithatha phi leyo ndawo leyo mali leyo ukuthi allocate labantu. Of which lento le yenziwe kodwa uyenziwe ngendlela uthola ukuthi umthetho awukwazi ukuyivikela. Ngoba ngempela fanele ngabe umnomthetho uyenza indlela yokuthi mhlambe kube khona iprovision ukuthi lo mhlaba ngoba wawuthathwe emakhosini uthathwe kubantu ngaleso sikhathi. Kube khona indlela zokuthi mhlamba ama processes zokuresolve lezo zinto zisheshiseke kungatrithwa njengezinye indlela. Ngoba ila othola ukuthi ngaleyo period leyo ila ku invade khona kwenzeka khona into eziningi. So nje mina ngibuka leyo ukuthi kuyafuneka ukuthi kwekuvuleke nje iplatform ikibukwe le ndlela yokurestorisha umhlaba ukuthi ngempela yenzeka ngendlela yini. Kuphinde kuke observe nje kumonithwe nakuzo zonke lezi ndawo ezibuyisela umhlaba ukuthi ngempela kuhamba kahle yini. Ngoba imost yabo uthola ukuthi la konakala khona kakhulu izinto ila kubulawana khona kunobugebengu khona. So mina nje ile engiyibuka ukuthi ngempela ibalekile kakhulukazi nangobukhosi ukubuyisela idignity ebukhosini. Ngoba uma uyibuka nje bakaclaim inkosi kodwa misibuya isibuyiselwa abanye abantu inkosi ithi yasondela futhi still isivinjiwe futhi. Kusho ukuthi ijustice ayenziwanga kodwa ekuverifyeni kuverify ukuthi cha lana bekunobukhosi balesizwe. Kodwa manje mase kubuyiswa futhi umhlaba inkosi nesizwe abasabuyi sekuzo kwakha futhi abanye abantu. So nje ile ngiyibuka ukuthi kuyafuneka nje sike sibuke mhlambe kwekuvuleka iplatform ukhokhtha ngoba ukhokhtha wona kuyona obuyisa umhlaba. Kodwa amakhosi lawa alandless akukhokhtha. Kanti namakhosi manje kuyafuneka asebenza amakhosi abakwazi ukusebenza umhlaba ungekho. So ileyo nje ukuthi ngiyacela nje ukuthi kibukwe. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu esihlalo Khabazela. Umhlonishwa ungqongqoshe uNdunankulu kaZulu eShenge. Usihlalo wendlu yabolu bomdabu okhona phakathi kwethu amalungu eParliament kuzwe lonke nakwi province. Amakhosi asendlunkulu asesigungweni esiphezulu. HOD kanye ne delegation yakwa Cooperative from national. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba. Oza kwethu sebeyithintile ingxenye ebalekile. Umuntu uzothanda ukuthinta le ebonakala ngathi iyona engaba yifoundation yokulungisa kahle zonke izinto ezingalungile. Bahlonishwa uma ingabukiwe iconstitution okuyona enikeza amandla okusebenza kwazo zonke inhlaka ngibona ukuthi mhlawumbe sizobe sisebenzela ebumnyameni. Uma engekho clear ama roles and responsibilities in the constitution, kubonakala ukuthi leli phupho elihle esiliteblishayo angeke lihlale ndawo, because akukho kusho ukuthi uma amakhosi ekhona akhala ngaliphi emhlabeni. Ayikho into esho ukuthi amakhosi kumele isabelo somhlaba ewusebenzisa kanjani ngokwe constitution. Ayikho into esho ethi amakhosi ekhona ngokwe constitution azobambisana kanjani nomasipala. Kuyinto nje enikeziwe but yangacaciswa ukuthi ithini inkambo okufanele sihambe singabaholi bomdabu. So ke ngikubona ke konke lokhu esikuphuphayo nesikufisayo kuntante emoyeni kungenayo foundation. Mhlawumbe uma inga reviewer indaba yokuthi singena kuphi kwi constitution, kungakwazi ukuba ke kusinikeza amandla okusebenza ngomfutho ngoba sinegunya elisinikezayo ukuthi indaba yomhlaba amakhosi kufanele eyisebenze kanjani. Konke lokho esikhala ngakho okuphathelene nama claimants, ama trust njalo njalo, kunesikhala njengoba akukho okuyigunya elisigunyaza ukuthi umhlaba kumele siwuphathe kanjani uma ngabe ubuyiswa kubasusu. So ke ileso sicelo sami ebengacela mhlawumbe sibhekeke kukho konke mhlawumbe ke esekufakwe umfutho kukho ekulekelele namakhosi ngoba isikhalazo sidala, siyasazi sesikenene emadlebeni ethu iminyaka ngeminyaka. Kodwa ke uma i-constitution ingazange i-reviewe ibheke ukuthi iyakhulumisana nesakhiwo sobuholi bomdabu, ngibona ngathi solokhu sakhuluma njalo kungenakho okuyisinqumo okumele sithatheke kumaphupho esesiwathebulishile amahle kakhulu. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you. Nkosi Majozi was the first one. Are you, the members need the translation? Honorable Taibosh, can we do a short translation for you? Yeah, Nkosi Majozi raised mainly the issue that we need to look into the issue of Amakosi who are landless. He says in the house almost 30% of Amakosi are said to be landless, yet the reason why they are landless is that most of their land was taken during the colonial days. That should have been restored to them. When they put up applications, they do so, but if there is a trust or a CPA that has applied, then those are favored over traditional leaders. Now, that is where the source of the conflict is. Most of our Makos who have been killed in the area where they're trying to get back the land that was theirs, and then the CPA members are prioritizing selling land to the wealthy individuals, and that's what causes the shooting and killing of Amakosi, who come with beneficiaries who then are no longer being accommodated because the priority is getting money by the members of the CPA or trusts. So that is mainly his contribution. Then Nkosi Tembe is raising the issue of the constitution. If we raise the issue of the relationship of Amakosi with municipalities, we raise the issue of the roles of traditional leaders, we raise the issue of land management, and it's not defined anywhere what the role, the function, the powers of Nkosi are. Then there's a problem, because that should emanate from the constitution to guide the rest of the relationship. And without reviewing the provisions of the constitution, we will not be in a position to resolve this issue. Singaqhubeka Makhosi.
Ngiyabingelela Sihlalo, Kabazela, ne portfolio committee yonke ngibingelela MEC mhlonishwa no dokotela bamele I legislature yesifundazwe sihlalo wendlu Ndelu Makhosi esigungu esiphezulu kwindlu yesifundazwe umama uMgujini ne secretariat yakhe yonke ehamba naye holwa uDDG siyabingelela emini Khawazela ngeke ngisaba mude amakhosi asephawulile mhlawumbe ke angiqale ngokuthi iphakamise osekuphakanyiswa amakhosi ukweseka I-presentation yo ethulwe acting HOD coverisha mostly zonke izinto ezizidingo zokusebenza kwamakhosi sidlulise futhi ke ukubonga eminyangweni uholwa umhlonishwa ukuthi amanye ama issues bayawa addressa ngendlela ezokwenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuwathola njengoba kade kubalwa Khawazela singaqinisekisa ukuthi amakhosi ama laptops nama 3G awaphethe ngokulekelela umnyango ukuthi ke amakhosi akwazi ukusebenza ebese futhi ngiphinde ngisekela inkulumo ekade ikhulunywa amakhosi ngembiko abayibekayo ngezinto abayibona njengeyingqinamba ekuthenini thina njengamakhosi kulesifundazwe nazi izinto esizibonayo ukuthi ke izona ezihamba ziba ama hindrance endleleni ukuze amakhosi akwazi ukusebenza futhi athole ukuhlonipheka nesithunzi esiwafanele ngoba Khawazela iqiniso limile ukuthi ngokwe constituency amakhosi angaphezulu kodwa kubukeka ama politicians sekuyiwona selawula amakhosi nezinto ezidinga ukuthi zenziwe amakhosi zigcina sezingena la kungafanele ke zingene khona izinto ezimbalwa ke nje Khawazela engizoyithinta ebese ke ngehlela ngezansi ukuqala nje Khawazela ngicabanga ukuthi kwaku 2017 no 2018 sifika kwi National House we made ama input kwi TKLA ise yibill ingaka phasiswa ukuthi ibe umthetho senza ama input as a National House and ama input esawenza most of them awazanga vele uma umthetho usuphasiswa enye yawo kwakukuthi ke Khawazela sifisa ukuthi ke ngokuka section 81 sesibuyela ku section 64 weTKLA ukuthi I-ratio ye-presentation yamakhosi ikhuphuke but instead yabuya isinciphile ithi u3 per municipality and even that I-provision ayibangabikho ukuthi ke na ke omasipala ke la amanye amakhosi ke angangenile angeke ayithole participation ngokwe act wona ke ama reports azowathola kanjani engicabanga ukuthi ke ngokwe TKLA ikhona engingakuphakamisa Khawazela ukuthi mhlawumbe ke na ke manje ngoba isibuyile sekufanele kwenziwe ama input ukuthi ayikivele lena emthethweni ukuthi kulo 3 ohlalayo komasipala yebo bayayithola indlela yokuthi ba report kwi local house but ke omasipala bona benze njani ukuze lamakhosi angekho akwazi ukuthola izinto ezisuke zikhulunywa komasipala ngoba iAct ithi may consult leyo nkosi leyo esukithinteka kuleyo project noma kuleyo program esuke umasipala ezoembarka kuyona kuleso sizwe senkosi ebese kuba futhi Khawazela issue oyiraisile ye land tenure ukuthi ke kuma communal land eindaweni zamakhosi indlela yokusebenza noma yokuphatha umhlaba simisa kanjani nakhona lapho futhi ngo2021 amakhosi azokhumbula we did make ama input sawathumela ama input and lawo input awazange awazange afike indawo kwagcina nje ngokuthi siyayikhulumela kwaphela kanjalo ngoba we did raise ama inputs ukuthi thina njengamakhosi what do we foresee ukuthi kungenzeka athina ama recommendation amakhosi engicabanga ukuthi ke uma sibuyele emuva sihlala kuma archives izinto kuzofanele ukuthi senze ama note sibuyele kuzona se review so that sizokwazi ukuyiforwarda ngendlela ngakhona ebese ngiya kulena KwaZela nayo engizofisa ukuthi I portfolio committee imlekelele umhlonishwa ne department kwi province le umhlonishwa aka ayiveza ukuthi kunabantu abayibona bemi kahle ebese beyibona bona sebengaphezulu sebe supreme ukuthi sebengakwazi ukuthi umuntu invade isizwe senkosi le ndoda yakamthetho bengazi ukuthi ke iyilunga leParliament uMC kade sekuveza ukuthi iyilunga leParliament le ndoda yakamthetho ivele yas invader isizwe senkosi yakwamathonsi lapha kwi district eMandeni kwi district yeLembe kumasipala waseMandeni ibiza isizwe senkosi sekuyisizwe sayo and masiye amaphoyisa athi ayikho into angasiza ngayo abantu okufanele bakwazi ukusilekelela ngalento le ukhokta ngoba ukhokta uyena ungena ngokuthi uyena owenza i-recognition yamakhosi so ke bona njengabantu bomthetho abanayo into eshoyo ukuthi amakhosi mase recognizewe mangaka amakhosi recognizewe size senza ke no nabaphathi stage into ethi wona wonke amakhosi within i-district yeLembe kufanele kube nento esisubmitayo ku cluster commissioner lapha kwi district ukuthi azi ukuthi nawo amakhosi recognizewe not only le ndoda yakamthetho ibiza ngesilo esizweni senkosi bakhona nabanye abanumzana sebeyibiza ngamakhosi eindaweni zamakhosi engicabanga ukuthi ke ngolwesi thathu eMC besine esco kwi district siwutholile umyalezo ukuthi kwi issue yakagcwensa uMC uyongenelela kuyona siyabonga kakhulu MEC ngoba ibisisihleli kakhulu issue yakagcwensa ngendlela esetshenzwa ngakhona ebese ngiya kulena KwaZela yama okwayiphawula futhi nayo yama relations nomasipala njengoba inkosi yakwamacingwane kadikhala nje siyafisa KwaZela ukuthi i-synergistic partnership ikwazi ukulekelela ukuforge ama relations nomasipala yebo kuyenzeka kuxege la kuxega khona sibonge futhi nakhona lapho ukuthi uMC ufike kwakhona ezinye izinto ayifakayo njengokuthi nje amakhosi awameleleke kuma executive komasipala esikubona ke abanye omasipala bekuthathele phezulu bekusebenza esifisa ukuthi ke nama relations nakwabanye omasipala nabo uhambe kahle ukwazi ukuthi kube nalawo ma engagement ukuthi kukhona izinto ezikhulunywayo nezinto ezixoxwayo amakhosi nawo abe ingxenye yalezo zinto even beyond omasipala nama department kahulumeni within ama districts nawo abe ingxenye yokusebenza kwamakhosi nokulekelelana ekusebenzeni kwethu ngeke ke KwaZela ngivale ngalolu daba ngakhulumanga ukuthi thina kwi district yethu yeLembe ukubambisana kwethu nomasipala kusezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu ekhona amakhosi ahlalayo komasipala siphinde futhi sibe ne-engagement session esiba nayo nomasipala quarterly la sihlanganisa khona bonke omasipala yonke i-executive yomasipala namakhansela namakhosi sibe sendlini eyodwa sibe ne-engagement session ngokwama programs umasipala nawo eindaweni zamakhosi namakhosi ngezinto anazo ngokusebenza nomasipala ngicela ukuphetha ngalena ke KwaZela sihlalo ethi le issue umhlonishwa akade iveza namakhosi ayivezayo KwaZela issue efana nameva phansi kweinyawo lena yama-land claims, nama-CPA, nama-trust, kanye nalena ye-ITB. I believe ukuthi usihlalo has written incwadi ku-minister requesting a meeting no minister ukuthi uminister akeze ezohlangana namakhosi so that sizokwazi ukudlula kulama issues sibhekene naye. Mhlawumbe ke na ke mina isiphakamiso sami mhlonishwa sokuthi mhlawumbe uma ukhabazela no MEC wethu bengasenzela iprogram la esingaba khona no minister wakwa rural development no minister waka Cooperative sibe nomhlangano endlini eyodwa la sizoxoxa khona ngalezi izinto ebese siphuma nama resolution kulowo mhlangano ukuthi siya phambili noma kusuka kulowo mhlangano yini ezofanele yenzeke yini ezosilekelela ngoba nathi njengamakhosi khabazela kwiprovince siyafisa ukuthi ngokomthetho sazi ukuthi iyini role yamakhosi uma sekuziwa ngakulo luhla oluthinta iITB oluthinta zonke lezi zinto ngoba sibukeka nathi engathi sikhona futhi engathi asikho futhi engathi asikho engathi futhi sikhona ugcina ungazi ukuthi ngempela ikuphi okufanele kwenzeke ngoba uminister yena olele umthetho ogunyaza yena ukuthi kube uyena owenza lezi zinto ebese kuba yilena khabazela lena yomhlaba ukuthi thina njengamakhosi asivumelekile ukuthi ukuthi sibenefite kuma restitution project asivumelekile ukuthi sibenefite even ngisho kulomhlaba kubizwa ngama state land uma ngifisa ukuyisebenza ngithola iplaza kuhulumeni ukuthi ngikwazi ukuyisebenza ngiyavinjwa kuthiwa wena ukwazi ukungena lana ngoba ayikho provision lezo zinto lezo khabazela ufuna mase sihleli ingakho ngiphakamisa ukuthi asibe nawo lo mhlangano ngoba kufuna ukuthi mase sihleli lezi zinto siyixoxe ngoba amandla lele kuyena uminister ukuthi akwazi ukuyishintsha lezi zinto akwazi ukuyiguqula lezi zinto angeke sikufihle khabazela ukuthi ama politicians they own ama farms nga3 nga4 nga5 but why mase kuziwa ngakuthina ebese kuthiwa thina sikwazi ukubenefit fanele kubenefit obani njengoba umhlonishwa kadesho namakhosi kadesho ukuthi siba ama public office bearers ngoba kusuthi umuntu othize efuna kubenefite into ethize bese kuthiwa singama public office bearers uma kungafanele sibenefite hayi nina niwona ama public office bearers kanti singama public office bearers uma kunjani siba ama public servants uma kunjani ngoba mase kufanele sibenefite hayi nina ngama public office bearers umthetho usuyasinquma la ingafanele khona hayi nina ngama public servants unallocated ukuthi nina ningene ngaphansi kwama public office bearers bengicela nje khabazela ukuphakamisa lezo zinto ngibonge kakhulu
Indaba zethu
Khabazela ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe khize kuzoba inkosi ngasekugcineni ukuphawula ngoba isibongo sami sekuzethe angibingelele kuwena Khabazela usihlalo wekomiti namalungu ekomiti aphuma national Shenge nodokotela ukusho ukuthi mangigula ngizolapheka mangingalapheki ngisinda ngingasinda umfundisi usezongithandazela ngibike kahle enkosini ukuthi ngiyeza futhi nihlale ngokuthi uThixo uyanisondeza kuyanazi ukuthi nihlaleleni ukubheka impilo zabantu sihlalo ndelu amakhosi asendlunkulu siyakhuleka eshowudi nethimba lakho lonke siyabingelela cishe sihlalo kwami kuzoba kuncane kakhulu amakhosi asekuthathile okuningi Khabazela nekomiti lakho besicela ke ni silekelele kule issue ye handbook yamakhosi ngoba sizithola silenkinga sikuyona ushenge ngapha no HOD no DDG bebhadanisa bezama ukuthenga imoto bethini ngoba kwayiyona handbook ayikho la ibakwazi ukubagayida kahle khona sithi masithi athi hayi amakhosi asendlunkulu konke lokho kudecide national
ngoba ke Khabazela ukhona uphuma national cishe ke ungakwazi ukusilekelela kulolu daba esibhekene nalo. Kodwa ke okukhulu kakhulu sihlalo Khabazela namakhosi asendlunkulu nayo yonke nje indlu iphelele. Into ethinta ibudget yesakhiwo sobukhosi. Ngoba uShenge njengomfundisi cishe ngeke ngisolo sethatha nomnikelo wasesontweni azofaka ngapha ngakuthini. Uma ngakhabazela kungakhona into eyibudget ezoma nje kuthiwe sazi ukuthi isakhiwo sobukhosi sinemali yasezimele. Usihlalo mayithi MEC ngicela ukuthi ngenze iprogram ukuthi yesakhiwo sobukhosi. uMEC azi ukuthi imali ikhona. Angasho ukuthi uMEC hayi ngisaza ke ngiyobheka emuva ukuthi imali ikhona yini. Ngoba kuye kubuke ngathi ukusebenza kwethu kudonsa kanzima ngoba siyayisithi masithi siyacela ukuthi hayi makhosi imali engathi iyashota. Hayi makhosi imali engathi kuukuthi. Isiphakamiso besikade senziwa inkosi uMchunu indlela ebephawula ngayo ukuthi ngoba kube nombango sihlalo Khabazela ukuthi uma kuthiwa kuyiwa emkhosini waseSandlwane kuyiwa emkhosini womhlanga athu MEC no esho ukuthi arts and culture iphi provision yokuthi amakhosi azoya lapho athu arts and culture hayi ukhokho uzowabhekelela amakhosi kanti ngicabanga ukuthi ezinye lezo zinto kulento ethinta imali kumele siyilungise eduzane ukuthi ke kusebenzeka kanjani ngoba yiyona egcina kwenzeka ngazuthi isakhiwo sobukhosi asibonakali ngoba ukhokho ugcina enza nomsebenzi ongewona wakhe kowamanye ama departments. Uma ngakwazi ukulungiseka lezo zinto ezikanjalo njengenkosi uMchunu beyiphawula ukuthi amakomiti lawa akwi provincial house mayifisa ukuhlangana nekomiti namakomiti akwi legislature ingoba kufanele kulungiswe lo msebenzi. Engicela ukuthi kuKhabazela uyihlahle kahle indlela mayithi akuhlangane ukuze kubonakala ukuthi kusetshenziswa kanjani. Mhlambe ke uMEC ngoba uKhabazela ubefisa ukukulandelela singacela na MEC uShenge ukuthi the HODs of all these government departments aweze ku provincial house azothula inhlelo zamakhosi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi nabo sibabambe accountable ukuthi ke lokho akusenzeka kanjani ukuze mabe kukhulumisa Shenge bakukhulumise nebudget bangagcini ukuthatha ibudget yakho iyokwenza ezinye izinto engafanele iyokwenza kuzona. Cishe bengayi lokho kuphawula kwami Khabazela. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. The last Nkosi is Nkosi Zulu, who raises the issue of the coordination of departments and the budget. When Amakhosi are expected to attend a ceremony, say a Sandlwana, they'll go to the Department of Cooperative. Cooperative does not have the budget, but the Department of Arts and Culture that's organizing it does not have the budget that helps Amakhosi to be able to attend to that event, and yet they're supposed to mobilize the public, Amabuto, and so on to go over there. Proposal, can we get the MEC to bring all the heads of departments to come and do presentations to Amakhosi so that anything that has got to do with Amakhosi can be discussed and the issue of what budget provision is there will be put on the table. Nkosi Kumete, who came earlier, raises a number of issues. Firstly, the member of parliament who poses as Nkosi in the Matunzi area and Mandeni. Now, the member, his name is Mtetwa, and that matter needs to be dealt with. The second issue is that the TKLA had representations done by Amakhosi. They seem not to have seen the light of day, and the question is, what do we do to make sure that in future those proposals they made do appear in the process of amending this new bill? Amongst those issues was the issue proposal to increase the representation of Amakhosi in municipalities, and in fact the TKLA came back with the reverse being the provision, and that there were other inputs which were brought in which were not considered. Then also raises the concern about how Amakosi are constrained to benefit on any provisions from government. So when Amakosi wish to participate in certain activities, like if programs of government, they cannot participate because they are classified as public office bearers. When there are remuneration packages being announced, they are excluded, they are not public office bearers. So they can't benefit like the normal public, they can't benefit like the normal office bearers, and they feel that is unfair. Yeah, let me leave it at that for now. Siyabonga kakhulu Makhosi. Socela ukuthi siugoqe umhlangano, sizocela kuphawule inkosi sorry. Inkosi umlifu. Inkosi ngibonanga ngosiqhubeka indaba zethu.
Siyabonga Khabazela. Ngizocela nje ukulandelela emakhosini asendlunkulu la ebekade esehambe ekhona khuleka emakhosini ebingelela nakubahlonishwa bonke abakhona. Sihlalo siyakhuluma ngoba kufanele sikhulume. Eqinisweni lilonke sesiyayihudula nje ngoba sekuthiwe asihlangane. Ngeke ke ngisabuyela kukho konke kulamakhosi ahleli la uma ngesiyo wokugcina ekuhlaleni esihlalweni mhlambe ukhona oyedwa emva kwami, kodwa mangabala kimi nje kulonyaka Khabazela unyaka ka18 ngisesihlalweni, kodwa sisazokhuluma into eyodwa. Sengiyayibuza ukuthi mase kuyihudula mina engabe inkosi uTembe singaphe kwa 25 years yena kwenzakalani kuyena, okusho ukuthi sekonakele kakhulu sihlalo. Umhlonishwa ubaba lapha ya uwathathile amagama, ngisazi noma ubaba uMtolo yini, uwathathile amagama ebengifisa ukuwaphawula ngokugcwele ukuthi akukho kusho esikhulumayo, kuyaziwa konke. Umehluko nje ukuba ukuthi njengoba ngikulo 18 years kuyofika omunye ngonyaka ka19 ngisesihlalweni akhulume sengathi ukhuluma into entsha efika naye, kanti usakhuluma lokho bekukhulunywa abanye kulena eminye iminyaka. Isakhiwo sobukhosi sibukeleke phansi, asibukelekile nje sona phansi sikuphela, ngisho namakhosi uqobo abukeleke phansi awahloniphekile. Asazi ukuthi uyoqhamukaphi isihlalo oyolungisa, kodwa umuntu ebeyofisa nje ukuthi sikulungise isihlalo. Khona inkosi ekhulume ngebudget ye-provincial house. Akwenele ukuthi i-provincial house ine-budget. Kufanele kwaziwe phela ukuthi iyimalini, izokwenza ini ukuze usihlalo ne-executive yakhe kwazi ukuhlelela ama-programs endlu ukuthi ahamba kanjani. Ngoba uma kuzothi i-budget yendlu ikhona kodwa ingashiwo ukuthi malini, bese kuhlala imihlangano emibili kuleyo financial year, masithi siyawufuna wesithathu ngenza isibonelo mhlambe singaba yihaba, bese kuthiwa Khabazela imali ayisekho bekade kuyimalini. Usihlalo nangu lokho ahlala esihlalweni kusuka ngo-2022 akazawabiza amakhosi aKwaZulu-Natal wonke njengosihlalo. Yini imali ayikho? Into ezokwenzeka usihlalo ukwenzana ungabizi imihlangano. Ulwazi abanawo amakhosi awanalo ulwazi lokuthi ehlele njalo usihlalo akazi kwayena ukuthi indla iholayo uhola indle namalini. Uma kufanele kuthathwe indaba ziyoxoxwa emakhosini, ziningi indaba ezikhona okufanele ixoxwe, okungezona indaba zamakhosi kuphela, indaba ezithinta ngisho izizwe zamakhosi. Ngoba ukusebenza kwamakhosi akukhona sihlalo ukuthi siyikhulumela thina, sikhulumela ngisho izizwe. Njengoba amakhosi ekhuluma ngomhlaba nje la a-landless, nala amakhosi afana nami anawo umhlaba, lowo mhlaba usekho. Ngoba uma ungabuyela 1900 angilinganise kanjalo. Inani labantu ababeholwa ukhokho wami ngaleso sikhathi abasalingani nalabo abaholwa yimina. Umhlaba ukhuli ulokhu umilapho kodwa isizwe siyakhula. Lokho kusho ukuthi amadlela ayancipha, uncipha indawo zokulima. Lokho kulima namadlelo okuyiyona nto abantu abamnyama abaphila ngayo. Njengoba sibona umnotho wezwe intengantenga esinakho thina emqondweni singamakhosi, ukuqhuqhumezela abantu ukuthi sibuyele lapha ya ekulimeni nasekufuyeni, singafuyeli nje ukuthi sibeke imfuyo le, kodwa sifuyele ukuthi ziyongena lapha ya la kudayiswa khona. Lokho kuyolekelela ukuthi abantu bamakhosi lapha emakhaya kuguquke isimo somnotho wabo, ngoba akukho ukuthi manje sisangasuka sithi siyakwaTepa siyagibela siye eGoli siyofuna imisebenzi. Imisebenzi yiyo le esihleli kuyona. Imhlaba le siyifunela ukuyobhekelela zona lezi zizwe esiziholayo ukuthi zikwazi ukuphila, zikhiqizele zona umnotho la emakhaya. Elinye iphuzu sihlalo cishe ukubunjwa kwama-TC lokwagcina ngo-2012 azongikhumbuza amakhosi nama-officials. Umbuzo uthi isakhiwo esinjani ngoba umthetho kahulumeni oshoyo ukuthi kufanele ama-TC areconstitute emva kwesikhathi esingakanani. Sihleli ku-2026 nama-TC members ka-2012. Ngikhuluma ke lokho ngikususela kwi-experience enginayo. Ingabe lama-TC asesemthethweni yini ukuthi angasebenzela isizwe athathe nezinqumo ezifanele? Ake ngenze umzekelo, ngihleli lapha kwaMlife, ngisithathe isinqumo esikahle esifanele nomkhandlu. Umuntu avela ngithathe nje angisenkantolo. Athi Nkosi uMlife ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi njengoba uthathe lesi sinqumo nje usesemthethweni yini? Ngiyophendula ngithini? Ngikusho lokho ngikususelela Limpopo, akhona ama-traditional councils aseyinkantolo be-challenge abantu besizwe senkosi ukuthi nithatha umthetho, nithatha izinqumo, nile TC kodwa nibe ningasekho emthethweni. Sithini ngalokho? Wona lama-traditional councils awana na budget nawo, kodwa kuthiwa isakhiwo sikahulumeni. Isakhiwo sikahulumeni kanjani lesi singenamali? Kuthiwa sizosebenza kanjani? Lento yokungalingani nokungafani kwamakhosi eSouth Africa, angifuni ukuyilimit eKZN, eSouth Africa isho ukuthini kuhulumeni wethu? Uma uya kwamanye ama-province ungconywana, uma uya kwamanye kunjanjanyana. Uma uze KZN akho ngisho. Amanye ama-province ane-chamber, amanye awanawo ama-chamber. Sihamba nje sibekwa la kuvuleke khona ukuthi hayi isihlalo sesiyozwa nge-SMS kaSihlalo ethuma unobhala wendlu ukuthi namhlanje kuyohlanganelwa kuphi, sigxume sishone khona. Asina chamber la sihlanganela khona, usihlala kana office nakhona akhona ngoba ubekiwe lapho ukuthi ihlala la. Mhla kwafika abanikazi bazothi suku ushone kwenye indawo. Noma mhlazana kwafika enye administration iyomthatha ithi hayi shona ngapha ke namhlanje sekuphethe thina. Noma sekuphethe le administration. Sihlalo kuningi singakukhuluma kube kuhle kube njani awukulo 18 years kade kukhulunywa kukuhle okushiwoyo. Sisakhulumelana. Yonke into iyaziwa. Isemabhukwini kahulumeni. Idinga nje ukuthi kube khona abasukumayo bayenze leyo nto yenzeke. Ngeke kwenzeke konke kanye kanye, kodwa kube khona phela isteps sokuqala ukubonakalayo ukuthi kukhona la kubhekwe khona. Futhi makungalungisiwe emthethweni njengoba ibisho inkosi yakwaTembe, siyolokhu nje sijatshuliswa ukuthi okhona ngaleso sikhathi ushifiso zakhe enze, mhla kwangena omunye naye uyothi ayi ubezenzela into yakhe, mina ngeke ngiyenze ngoba ayikho into eshiyoyo emthethweni ukuthi kufanele yenzeke lento. Kusiza ngani ke lo? Siyaphambili siye emuva, siyaphambili siye emuva. Siyingxenye eSouth Africa, ngeke futhi sikwazi ukuthi singafuna ukuyikhandela into yethu ukuthi siyimele eceleni senzeni. Izwe lase-South Africa lilawulwa umthetho. Sonke kufanele singene ngaphansi kwawo umthetho sisebenze ngendlela olawula ngayo. Ngalawo magama sihlalo umuntu uyabonga kodwa ubuka nje leli hlazo ukuthi eMpumalanga ama traditional councils asenama budget aqondile ashiwoyo. KwaZulu-Natal Provincial House, Local House asazi nokuthi sinamalini uma kukuthi ikhona noma siboleka kwamanye amalokuzana kwamanye ama unit ngaphansi kaCooperative ukuzoqhuba imisebenzi yokuhlangana kwethu. Sicela nje ukunikeza isithunzi esifanele kodwa hayi ngomlomo ngezenzo. Isizulu esiqondile sithi izenzo ikhuluma kangcono kunokushiwo ngomlomo, ngoba kungashiwo uma kungabonakala ukuthi kuyenzeka leyo nto noma ikhona ngempela kufana nokuthi nje asazi ukuthi siyaphambili noma siyemuva. Inhlonipho siyoyibamba noma sixakekile sinje, ngoba ubukhosi bumele yona inhlonipho. Asifundisiwe ukucacaza phezu kwamakhanda abaholi nabantu abadala, noma siphethe imbhobho sifundiswa inhlonipho ukuthi umhlonipho omunye umuntu. Siyafisa ke sihlalo neportfolio ukuthi lezi zinto ezishiwoyo noma ezake zashiwo nesizishoyo namhlanje ake kumonithwe phela. Into enhle umfundisi MEC wethu ayikhulumayo inhle. Kuthiwe le financial year mayiphela amakhosi athile azothola imoto. Mhlambe after uma isiphelile le financial year ake kubuywe phela. Ngabe uJune uJuly ibuye iportfolio izobona ukuthi lokho esasikukhuluma sekwenzekile yini. Uma kungakenzeki kubambeke kuphi sikwazi ukuthi silekelelane. Ngoba ezinye izinto mayikhulunywa kuye ngemva ka 2 years 3 years kuyasikhathaza. Kanti sisemgqigqweni okusebenzela izizwe zamakhosi sibambisene nohulumeni, ngoba uhulumeni namakhosi ngeke ukwazi ukwahlukanisa. Sonke sibheke abantu ababodwa sifisa ukuthi sibasebenzele, silekelelane futhi ekuthenini basetshenzelwa ngayiphi yona indlela. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Siyabonga Ndabezetha. Ngithemba siqedile ngakumakhosi. Briefly, the Nkosi Mlifi was saying there's nothing new in what has been said. He's been in office now for the past 18 years, and the same issues have been discussed, and so discussing them doesn't matter unless we are saying what action has been taken. The number of issues raised, land use issues, he gives an example that the land that he occupies has had such a huge population increase that they are no longer able to subsist on agriculture, which is what used to be their lifestyle. There are no clear issues relating to the budget, and therefore it becomes very difficult to know how the traditional leaders are supposed to operate when there's no clear budget. The traditional council offices are there, but are they within the law? In Limpopo, a number of them have been challenged. The decisions they've taken have been taken to court, challenging the legality for various reasons, including the fact that this legislation has been suspended. And that there's a lot of inequality. In some areas, the offices have no water. And if you go to different provinces, you find that the provisions are different. In Mpumalanga, traditional councils have got budgets, vehicles, and there's no similar treatment in KwaZulu-Natal. And that in some areas, traditional house has got a chamber. In this province, not only is there no chamber, but even the chairperson doesn't even have an office. He squats wherever he gets put, and if the occupant of that office comes back, they can move him somewhere else. So there are a whole lot of these issues where the feeling is that Amakos are being marginalized, and therefore this discussion is not the first, but when is action going to be seen? If I can leave it at that for now, Then we're going to request Nkosi to make the closing remarks, the chairperson. Then we'll come to the MEC, and then we will then close the meeting. Where's your mic? Where's your mic? Let's not reopen the discussion, but okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to try and make a suggestion in terms of getting a solution that encompasses most or all of the problems that we have. Chair, this thing of the traditional leaders, and it touches a lot of departments within government. Now, I'm aware that most of these departments do not even budget for traditional leaders. I want to look at things like human settlements, housing. I want to look at transportation. I want to look at land affairs. I want to look at health. I want to look at education. I believe that those kind of things, those ministries should all be looking at a budget for traditional leaders. It's important because those are the things that we do in life and that we want in life every day. Unless we do that, we're going to remain landless. All right? In the Western Cape, for instance, all right, the Western Cape government is currently busy auctioning off every single piece of open land. They're even converting heritage land to auction it off, okay? Now there is two of our organizations that have gone to court to get an interdict to stop or to put a moratorium on all land auctions, land sales, and land claims. So that, you know, we don't wake up and at the end of the day there's no land. So, and when Amakosi wants to claim land, there's no land. You know, because it's all gone, because people have alternative agendas. So it's important that we consider that, Chair, that all the departments, all the ministries that touches the lives of Amakosi, we want to see what are their budgets, or are they budgeting, because COCTA is not comprehensive, it's not doing everything, and sorry, and I'm talking about COCTA National now, is not covering the Amakosis on all the levels. And until such time they do that, we're going to continue having these meetings on an annual basis. And those gentlemen doesn't look happy at all, really. And I can understand why. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We note that. Sicela Nkosi, usihlalo wendlu yamakhosi.
Ngibonga kakhulu sihlalo portfolio ngethuba. Ngibonge kakhulu futhi izethulo esezibe khona ukuphawula kwamakhosi kuhamba ibanga elide kakhulu. I don't have much on top of what Amakhosi has said because they've said it almost all. But I must mention that on top of everything, Begwe Amakhosi, nangu MEC wetu uShenge. Umuntu angakubalula Makhosi asendlunkulu ukuthi kwezinye zezinto sikumbonile efaka umfutho omkhulu njengo MEC wethu esingathi ke the portfolio committee must assist ukuthi bafuthe ibill to Shenge so that ikwazi ukuthi abhekelele zonke inkinga, almost all the challenges amakhosi anawo. ngoba in the meantime mhlambe salungisa leyonto ye public entity or ukuthi I house ibe ne budget yayo so ncoma ukuthi mhlambe kube khona motivation yokuthi I budget ibe khona amakhosi angasweli ukwenza I service delivery yawo yokuthi afike emphakathini ngoba kunama programs okufanele amakhosi awahambise emphakathini ngaphandle kokuthi nje amakhosi na kufanele kube khona ama benefits awatholayo kodwa the most important thing ukuthi thina at the end of the day umphakathi siwenzela ntoni iloko ngakuncoma kakhulu ukuthi kusikubone wenzeka kodwa ke konke kulele kuona u chapter 12 uthi if chapter 12 engazange ashintshe siyobe sihleli ngempela sisaqhubha isikhathi ushilo la ngamandla ngale ukuthi ungathi ikomiti lingahamba liyosebenza manje kungabi nje izingxoxo kuphela ezophela kobudoda kubo ukuthi siyasebenza sikubonge futhi ukuthi nako masipala siyakubona ukuthi kukhona iqhaza eliba ngcono ngoba lo 49 wamakhosi asahlala kuma executive committees laba lobo masipala uyena uMEC wayekusho sikhona nathi sizwe into bekade ingenzeki ngaphambili nokuthi ke ungathi ke ngaba khona leyo uniformity ukuthi bonke omasipala basebenzisane kahle namakhosi kungabe ukuthi umasipala idiscretion yakhe ukuthi azithathele isinqumo sakhe sokuthi uyena ozobonelela amakhosi ngayiphi indlela mhlambe nako lokho kube khona uniformity ukuthi amakhosi komasipala bonke kusebenzeke ngendlela kodwa ke nje ngingadlanga isikhathi ngibonga kakhulu ukuphakanyiswa ngamakhosi nokuthi okwethu sifisa ukuthi ukusebenza kwendlu kubonakale kusebenzeke kanye nama traditional authorities kube khona ukuthi kusebenzeke ilawo magama nje engawabeka okwamanje mhlonishwa sebekile amakhosi asengibekela okuningi kakhulu ngiyabonga
Siyabonga sihlalo wendlu yamakhosi Nkosi Ushinga socela umhlonishwa abeke amazwi ukuphothula umcimbi
Mhlonishwa sihlalo Kabazela Inkosi yesizwe sakwaNdelu Ushinga namakhosi onke asendlunkulu namalungu ahloniphekile portfolio committee Dr. Umahlaba osekusele kithi Kabazela ukubonga ikomiti lakho ngoba mhlambe uma sekufika iParliament sinethemba lokuthi khona umehluko ozoba khona futhi njengoba leli komiti liholwa nguwe Kabazela sinethemba lokuthi kukhona umehluko esizowubona ngisho ngoba nomthetho lo wesifundazwe iKZN Traditional Leadership and Governance Act Act 5 ka-2005 sasinawe Kabazela upremier kuMhlonishwa uNdebele ushicilelwa nizama ukuthi isakhiwo sobukhosi sithuthuke ukubonga Kabazela ukuthi makufika ikomiti lizolalela mhlawumbe kukhona okungcono okuzocoshwa amakhosi but also to request the DDG from National. I heard there's a DDG from the National Department of Cooperative. You know, Chairperson, Itikla, the last time Amakosi received a briefing was January 2025, when the officials came, and there were comprehensive submissions made per district. Every single district made every local house made a comprehensive submission on Tikla. But till today, we don't know what happened to that. And maybe the next time we'll know is when it is actually being gazetted. So we do appeal for DDG to come back to workshop Amakosi to see where are all these submissions. Because Nkosi Mlife raises a very important point. Just before I close, chairperson of the traditional councils, Tekla is saying the members of the traditional council must earn 600 rand per member. Yet even an EPWP is earning 3,000 rand. Now, are we serious that we want the traditional councils to function at 600 rand? Even a ward committee member is not earning 600 rand. So those are the issues which we thought National will come back before the final bill is finalized to see how far have they gone in meeting Amakosi halfway. I don't know, acting HOD, I thought it would take 1 minute to read the traditional administrative centers who are being renovated, so that Nkosi Majozi doesn't see Wampumuza being renovated and doesn't understand how they are getting that access when he is not. Because these TACs that are being renovated have been sent through to Treasury, so that Amakosa are aware who is currently receiving the refurbishment, so that we can see who is next in line. And I thought you would explain that the vehicles have already been purchased now for Amakosi. It's gone through. But even then, chairperson, to obtain the Fortuners which we have bought for Amakosi and the double cabs, the legislation could not allow us to say we are getting tools of trade for Amakosi. We have to say we are getting it for the traditional council. Because if we say it's going to Amakosi, then it's a full stop to say, no, you can't proceed. But the officials had to go the extra mile, even when we were using our own budget as COGTA, but still they were getting resistance. Just a simple vehicle for Nkosi to do his work. Simple vehicle. There was so much red tape, so much red tape. But eventually we were successful. But even then, after a long fight, just for a vehicle, and because maybe I won't get another opportunity, chairperson, is to thank you on behalf of government, because we have been with the portfolio committee since Tuesday up until today. The Premier was here, the MEC for Finance was here the whole week, but we would request the chairperson to plead for us, for the members of the portfolio committee in the province. Because to us, it is not, quite complete if they are not here to hear these issues which are being raised by Amakosi. We thank the chairperson of the portfolio, Honorable Naya, but it would have been good to have members of the portfolio to hear for themselves what Amakosi are raising. Thank you very much, chairperson, for your leadership on this issue.
Siyabonga kakhulu Shenge. Thank you very much for your comments, and I must also thank Nkosi Shinga and the executive for the time we've spent talking to us. I will obviously want us to deal with the issues we raised with the speaker, which we did on the first day. But I do appreciate the fact that the provincial executive was present, and of course the chairperson will pick up the matter with the rest of the members, and both the chair of committees, they will address the matter of the attendance of the provincial members of parliament. Makosi, kwezwakala ngibonga uma amakhosi esinika ithuba lokuthi kesiwezwe ebeka ngezikhalo azibekayo. Ngifuna ukuvumelana nalabo abathi akukho into entsha kuloko okukhulunywa ngakho, ngoba izindaba zamakhosi zile kuzifana, kuningi okufanele bekwenziwe esikubonayo okungenzekile. Kodwa futhi sibona kubalulekile ukuthi singathi ngoba kwake kwezwakala kwake kwakhulunywa bese sithi nekomiti sizovele sithi nje njengoba kwakushiwo sizoma lapho. Kuhle nje kwesinye isikhathi ukuhlala sihlangane sikhalisane ukuthi siyanizwa makhosi niyakhala kodwa siyabona ukuthi kufanele nikhale. Kuhle futhi ukuthi sisho ukuthi siyabona ukuthi kuningi okufanele ngabe kuyenziwa uhulumeni okungenziwe esobuyela emuva siyolwa kanye nani senze isiqiniseko sokuthi kuyalungiswa ngendlela efanele. Kuhle futhi ukuthi sichaze nathi uma silapho ukuthi kokunye nizokhala nikhale kwisifundazwe siyazi ukuthi kufuna siyokulungisa eminyangweni phezulu kuzwelonke. Ngakho ke konke lokho uma ususebenzile neminyango kahulumeni uyakubona ukuthi ziba khona izinto othi mawuhleli uzibone zisobala, kodwa ube uyazibuza ukuthi pho ngoba zisobala zenzeke ngani. Yilokho ke okuyizinto esikuhlalele njengamalungu eParliament ukuthi sihambe siyonyakazisa lapho sibona ukuthi izinto azinyakazile ngendlela okufanele ngabe ziyanyakaza ngayo. Akungoba ukuthi amakhosi awabalulekile, kodwa siyayibona into enza ukuthi amakhosi kufanele akhale. Ngoba amakhosi okuningi akhala ngawo awakhaleli izinto ezihlukile, akhalela izinto ezenzekayo kwabanye abakhona uhulumeni ukuthi kufanele ngabe izinto zenzeka ukufana. Kokunye bakhala ngezimo zemiphakathi engaphansi kwawo okufanele uma bengabaholi kube yibona abakhalayo bakhalele umphakathi ukuba izinto zenzeka ngendlela efanele. So siyakuzwa ke lokho futhi siyavuma. Yebo izinto ke ezihamba kancane kuhulumeni kufanele sikuxolise ukuthi hayi siyakubona okuningi kufanele ngabe sekusheshile kwalungiseka kunalokho. Siyazi ukuthi okunye kuzophazanyiswa ukuthi ifundazwe suke zibe nezimo ezihlukene, othola ukuthi kwesinye indawo bazosindwa umsebenzi. Mangilinganisa abaholi bendabuko emakhosi aseMpumalanga cishe la ko-62, kodwa mawuza KwaZulu-Natal sidlula cishe sifika ku-300. Uma kukhona ukusindwa ukukhona kufanele sikuzwe, kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi kufanele kunganyakazi lutho. Kufanele kube khona esikubonayo ukukhomba ukuthi okungangamandla kuyenziwa nokukubonelela izidingo nezikhalo kuyenziwa. Ngizocela ukuthi ke ngikuthinte okunye uqondise ezintweni ebenizibekile njengamakhosi. Angiqale ngaloko kubekwe umhlonishwa wasekunanelwa inkosi uGumede. Udaba lomnumzane umthethwa ozibiza ngesilo kuyasishaqisa. Uma sithi sizama ukubukisisa sengathi nikhuluma ngomnumzane umthethwa oyilunga lalo leli komiti. Besingakaze ke siluzwe lolu daba. Kodwa ngizofisa ukuqinisekisa ukuthi asizoliyeka lapho, sizolisukumela besiyocela uma umhlonishwa noma inkosi noma amakhosi noma usihlalo lowo ongase asenzele isikhalo asibhekise kusihlalo wekomiti bese siyaqala siyaliphenya lolu daba silusebenze sithathe izinyathelo ezifanele. Kodwa siyoludlulisela futhi nakuleli qembu ayilunga lalo ukuba lulisebenze ngoba njengoba silapha nje simele wonke amaqembu okusho ukuthi uma sesulisebenza masibonisana lapha siyabona ukuthi neqembu alimele kuyofuna ukuthi libe nezinyathelo elizithathayo ukulandela lolu daba. Ngakho ke siniqinisekisa nje ukuthi lolu daba sizolisukumela. Ngifisa singeneke kakhulukazi ezintweni eniziphakamisayo njengomnyango njengamakhosi. Angibonge kumama uMgutshini ngokwenza isethulo asenzile sizwakala kahle kakhulu futhi singathi lesethulo senzeke ngendlela engenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi siqonde sisidlulisele kuNgqongqoshe sibuye sithi akazosikhulu sizoyixoxa naye lento njengekomiti. Ngiyazi ke mhlambe sobe sesixoxa sesifake nezinye izifundazwe kodwa sizolixoxa ngqo nomhlonishwa lolu daba ukuze naye sibone la singakhiphana khona enkingeni ukuthi nakhu angakwazi ukwenza kungakanani okusezandleni zakhe, kungakanani okusezandleni zesifundazwe uhulumeni, kungakanani okudinga umthetho. Sikuhlukanise kanjalo. Kodwa esikuvumayo ukuthi ziningi izinto ezingakawudinga umthetho la bezingabe ziyenzeka ngale komthetho mhlambe sekudinga silekelelane nomhlonishwa ukuthi isabelo sikuvumele ukuba kwenzeke okunye. Angiqale nje ngodaba oluphambili ukufa kwamakhosi. Lokubulawa kwamakhosi ngendlela okwenzeke ngayo kushaqisa lonke izwe. Kulukhuni kubuhlungu futhi kufanele kusisukumise sonke ngendlela okwenzeke ngayo. Uyalinganisa inkosi ukuthi sisondele ema-20 amakhosi mawungawabala ngokulimala kwawo. Izinduna zibalelwa ngaphezulu kwa-30. Kunamakhosi namanye abaholi bomdabu ezinami sengingasukuma ngawukhuluma noCommission wamaphoyisa ukuthi ake sondele kubonakala ukuthi ukubulawa kwenzeke ngayiphi indlela. Ngakho ke udaba sonke esifisa ukuba silisukumele ukuze kunqamuke ukubulawa kwamakhosi ngoba kubugebengu esingafanele sibubekezelele. Nezizathu ezibekwayo njengoba unkosi uMajozi esikaza ukuthi okunye ngabe kubangwa yini izinto kufanele bezixazululwa ngokomthetho kodwa mase kuhamba imali phambili ugcina nobugebengu sebanda kakhulu. Ngakho ke into kufanele sonke siyisukumele kodwa esingakusho ukuthi siyezwelana naloko kulimala kwamakhosi njengekomiti futhi sokusukumela siqhubeke nokulwa nako. Kudinga iminyango eminingi kodwa sizokusukumela nathi ukuthi lolu daba kungagcini nje lixoxwa kodwa kubonakala izimo ezizokwenzeka ukuba sigcine lilungisekile. Okwesibili udaba olukhalise kakhulu amakhosi olubizwa ama-tools of trade kakhulukazi masikhuluma ngokubhekelelwa kwesimo sempilo kumakhosi. Angizwa kahle ukuthi lubambe phi kodwa ke abantu abasebenzayo ngaphansi kwahulumeni uhlelo lwama-medical aid kufanele beyikhona indlela ukuba ngabe luyasebenzeka lulungiseke. Unkosi uMchunu ubeka amakhosi 4 edlula ngezimo zezifo ezazigwemeka. Sithi ke isimo esinjalo asifanele ngabe siyemukeleke. Futhi ke mina nje kulolu hlangothi lwezempilo enye yezinto esasiyibuka yiyo yokuthi kudinga sikwazi ukuthi sebenze uhlaka lwezempilo lufike la ungezuba khona umehluko phakathi konemali nongenayo mase kuya ekutheni abantu balashwa kanjani ngoba egcineni impilo yomuntu ibalulekile. Uma ke edlula awukwazi ukuyilanda noma ungabe uyiqoqe leyo mali. Ngakho ke lolo daba ke nalo sizolilandela ngendlela efanele silikhulume nanongqongqoshe sizwe ukuthi inkinga yakhona ithini. Ngiyabonga kumhlonishwa Mayebeka ukuthi seqala ukuba khona izimoto ezithengwayo siyakubonga lokho kakhulu. Esithemba ukuthi kuzoqhubeka kusebenzeka ngendlela. Siyabonga futhi ukuthi kunezinkantolo zamakhosi ezisohleni zokuthi ziyalungiswa. Ezithombeni ezivezwe uMama uMgutshini ziyihlazo kakhulu mangathi isakhiwo ke noma esikabani ke singasabali ukuthi esikahulumeni samakhosi. Ngakho ke kuhle ukuthi lapho abantu besizwa khona kube indawo nokho ehloniphekile ekhombisayo ukuthi kusetshenzwa umsebenzi womphakathi. Sikubona ke lokho kuyenye izinto esoyisukumela sikhulume ngendlela efanele noNgqongqoshe womnyango. Inkinga ke ebekwa amakhosi angenamhlaba kuyiqiniso ukuthi amakhosi wonke ayekade amakhosi engena ezihlalweni zokhokho bawo kwakunomhlaba. Kodwa amakhosi amaningi umhlaba wadleka ngoba sekufika amaplazi abelungu sebekhishwa sewudliwa umhlaba. Akhona amakhosi athole umhlaba njengoba sekunohlelo lokubuyiswa komhlaba nje. Kodwa ke kubalulekile ukuthi lolu daba silusebenze silibambisane kanye nomhlonishwa ophethe indaba zamakhosi. Siyikomiti ke sizowenza lo mhlangano nominister ophethe ezomhlaba ukuze sikwazi ukuthi lolu daba silixoxisane. Ngizwe ungathi umhlonishwa ubeka ukuthi banawo lawo makhosi singalithola nalolo luhla lalawo makhosi ukuthi imapi sikhulume ke sesikhulumela phezulu kwabantu abakhona. Kodwa asizugcina ke lapho kusho ukuthi uyofuna sifake nalolu daba lokungqubuzana phakathi kwama CPA kanye namakhosi nokubuyiswa komhlaba ubuyele emakomitini ungabuyeli esizweni ngendlela obukade ucelwe ngaso. Nokuthi kanti iyona nto le ebanga ukuthi kuliwe kakhulu kulimala amakhosi ngoba kukhona asebejaha ukuhambisa phambili indaba zemali esikhundleni soba kunakwe umhlaba umphakathi. Inkulu into efuna ukusetshenzwa la kakhulukazi ngoba khona amakhosi amanye awutholayo umhlaba ebekudinga ukuthi nawo uthi mawusetshenzwa lo mhlaba ukugada ukuthi kungandi kakhulu ukudayiswa komhlaba kodwa kwande kakhulu ukuthi umhlaba uzosetshenziswa kanjani ukuze ukhiqize kubantu. Bengibuka kwezinye indawo ngihamba ngibona ukuthi kukhona la kwakwamasimu anonile osekungena imizi namaxhokovana akhiwayo okukhomba ukuthi ke kufanele sibambisaneni ukulungisa isimo sokubuyiswa komhlaba ukuthi umhlaba mawubuye ayibe khona into ecacile ukuthi abantu bazophilisana kanjani bathola kanjani izinsiza njengogesi namanzi kodwa futhi bayisebenzisa kanjani indawo yomhlaba ukufuya ukulima nezinye izinto abangenza ngazo amabhizinisi ukuziphilisa belapho la bekhona. Sizoyixoxa ke nendaba yengonyama transport sithole imbiko evelayo asazise njengoba amalunga nayo yafisa ukuthi angathi angaziswa ngezinto eziningi ezenzekayo. Ngonxusa nje kona Shenge ngoba usungikhombisile incwadi ezazixoxwa noma ke kuzona ngingatholi kangako kunokungqubuzana. Ngiyathola kona ukuthi isilo samukela okushiwo uNgqongqoshe iwesithi ikomiti laselibuza izinto zokusebenza komthetho ukuthi uma kuphuma ikomiti babhekelele ukuthi kuzophatheka kanjani izimo kanjalo. Kodwa ikhona into engithokozisayo ukuthi abakushongo ukuthi bayaphikisana nalokho. Kodwa ke udaba lolu bengilongo ngiseduze ngilalela ngibona ukuthi uma kukhona imbono engahambisani kudinga sibambisaneni ukuze kuxoxwe izinto okudlulwe kuzona ngoba sonke sisebenza into eyandawonye. Bengizinikela ke ukuthi uma kukhona la singadingeka khona ukuthi kube khona ukuxazululwa kwesimo ninganqeni ukusithinta sizobambisana nani kulezo simo esinjalo. Kodwa ke sizowenza umhlangano noNgqongqoshe uNyotso kakhulukazi ukulungisa lolu daba lokuxabana kwama CPA kanye namakhosi nokudayiswa komhlaba ngendlela engafanele okufanele siqonde ngoba njengoba inkosi uMlifi kade ebeka umhlaba wande abantu bayanda mawusudayisile baningi abazogcina beswela emva kwalokho kanti umhlaba ufanele ube isizinda sempilo kuwo wonke umuntu. Nale ndawana ke ekhuluma ngokuthi kuhlale kukhona ukudonsisana ngemingcele yamakhosi, udaba ke lolo esifisa ukuthi sibambisane noma ngazi ukuthi lusezandleni ezinhle uma ukuthi kuvela lokho bese kuyangenelelwa bese kuyalungiseka. Kodwa siyazi ukuthi izimpi eziningi kulesifundazwe zazibangwa yilokho. Noma ke manje sezinciphile, sibongayo kakhulu iqhaza amakhosi alibambayo ukuthi kube khona ukuthula, kodwa into kufanele siyigweme ingaphindi ibuye. Ngifisa ukubuyela kakhulu kulolu hlangothi olukhalisa amakhosi. Ngiyazi ukuthi inkinga enkulu ezobhekana nomnyango waKhokta eyokuthi imali anayo ibaliwe ukuthi izokwenza lokhu nalokhu, bese kuthi makufika izifiso zamakhosi thola ukuthi asahambisane nesabelo sezimali esikhona. Kodwa bengiyofisa ukuthi susekele umbono othi ungqongqoshe akabe nalo uhlelo lokwacela abaphathi bomnyango ehlukene bahlale nawo amakhosi. Mina njengomnyango othile nako esukuphethe nako okuqondene namakhosi, bese sizama ukuthola ukuthi izinhlelo zini eziqondene namakhosi athile, isabelo sini esikhona kulezo. Kube into ezoxoxwa nje icace yaziwe. Kube ukuthi zikhona izinto ekufanele sizicacise ngokuthi awasetshenziswa lamahhovisi amakhosi ngendlela ebingabe izawusiza kakhulu umphakathi. Ziningi izinto okufanele ngabe zisetshenzelwa khona. Ake ngibeke nje okokuqala, abantu bazama ukuphila ngokulima, kufanele ngabe kunohlelo lweminyango wezolimo oluhlanganela lapha emakhosini lolekelela ukuthi ubuchwepheshe obuthile obudingekayo ukuthi abantu balime kangcono nampu, iy'ndala ey'thize ezingawasiza amakhosi uma bedengisa izinto nazi, ochwepheshe abathile abangakwazi ukufika bazofundisa amakhosi abantu ukuthi uma nilima lokhu sebenzisani lokhu nalokhu basebenzele khona, kube sizinda lapho kukhona intuthuko esetshenzelwa khona. Now ibalulekile ke lonto ukuthi singene kuzona lezo zinto ngoba inhlelo njengalezi inhlelo zokutholakala kwama-ID, ukuthathwa kwama-ID, ukuthathwa kwama certificate zokuzalwa, ukubhalisela osasa, zonke lezo zinto akudinga abantu baze bathuthe baye emadolobheni. Lezo zinto zingabe zenzelwa khona la, kube ukuthi izinkantolo zibekwe esimweni sokuthi ziyenziwa nje lezo zinto, kwaziwa abantu bayazi ngelanga elithile kofika uHome Affairs la wenze zonke lezo zinto, ngelanga elithile kofika umnyango othile la wenze lezo zinto, ukuze ukwazi ukusebenzela umphakathi. Kube yilapho kuyisizinda lapho izinto eziningi zenzelwa khona. Bese kuba imikhankaso ke lamakhosi azinikelayo ukuthi ayafisa ukuthi asebenzisane nohulumeni kuzona. Ingxaki nje zama-drugs, ukusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa, iminyango mayifika kufanele nenhlelo ukuthi hayi kulonyaka sokwazi ukuthi silekelele inkosi ethile nethile nethile kulo mkhankaso lo, bese bakwazi ukufaka. Ungqongqoshe kuyabala zonke lezo zinto, hayi ke inkosi umnyango othile uzoza nokuthi kuwena, umnyango othile uzoza nokuthi kuwena, inkosi ethile umnyango othile uzoza nokuthi kuwona. Iy'nkinga zokulwa nobugebengu, iy'nkinga zokuthi sikwazi ukubhekana ney'ngxaki. Asithathe nje into ezilula, ukukhulelwa kwey'ngane okuyizinto zomphakathi eziyingxaki ngoba besikhathi masibala thola ukuthi kuney'ngane ezisukela ku-10 kuyo-14 years ezithola iy'ngane. Esingamakhosi nomphakathi babe sephambili ekutheni kuliwe lezo zinto. Izinto ezinemali ezikwinhlelo ezithile zeminyango ethile okufana ngabe siyakhuluma ukuthi uma ngabe nukukhona nukuhlelile kuzoya endaweni ethile sibaleleni sibone sazi ukuthi singena la njengamakhosi. So ke ngiyayivuma into ethi alube khona lolo hlelo, so siyakusekela ngqongqoshe ukuthi uma kukhona indlela zokubahlanganisa umnyango waKhokta wokuhlanganisa udidiyele lezo nhlaka zihlangane zibonane kanye ke nomeya ke nalezo bezifunda nomeya bomasipala konke kwenzeke ndawonye ukuthi ke kunokubambisana okunjalo. Briefly, I'm just alluding to the issues in relation to the security of Amakosi, the death of Amakosi, tools of trade, and the issue of the man who poses as inkosi, that we need to address that as the portfolio committee. The issue of the landless amakosi, we're dealing with that, and also coordination of activities of various departments so that they can be using the centers, the traditional council centers as the centers for community activities and development in those areas. And the issue of CPAs, we will meet with Minister Nyoto to discuss those issues. Now, angcine ngalezi ke zomthetho ngoba lezi bengizithinta izinto zonke esingazenza ezingadinga imithetho lezi sidinga sikhulumisane nje sibambisane. Unkosi uthi sixoxa nje singabuya ngomunye unyaka sithi kwenzekeni, lezi singakwazi ukukhulumisana ukuthi lokhu nalokhu kwenzekile, lokhu nalokhu kwenzekile. So ngithi asibambisaneni kulozo sibone ukuthi yini okungakanani okungakanani ongase kwenzeke. Okay, that's fine. So the last one is about the amendments of the Act and the Constitution. Ngicela ukuthi amakhosi kuloko esenakwenza anisinike sikubone. Kodwa asikafiki ohlelweni lokuthi umthetho usuphambi kweParliament. Umthetho ususekutheni uma ufika sobusize kunina kodwa ngabe nisinika sikufunda. Bese kuthi lokhu kulolu hlangothi lo mthetho sisekelo uma nina leyo mbono nako kusemandleni nikuphakamise sikwazi ukuthi sikusebenze ngaleyo ndlela. Angime lapho nje ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi gcine sonke sivumelana ukuthi umsebenzi namandla amakhosi athini ukuze kudluliswane kulesimo sokuthi kuloku kudonsiswana. Yinto le esicabanga ukuthi ifuna njengoba sikhuluma uhlelo lolu lokulungiswa komthetho mhlambe ke sizoba nethuba lokuthi sikulungise. Siyacela ukuthi sibambisaneni kona. Ngibonga kakhulu ke kuwonke amakhosi namalunga. Amalunga amanye kudingeka aphuma ahambe ngenxa yesimo sezinto zokugibela sesedlulile esikhathini besibekelene sona, ngakho ke siwadedelile. Ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ke mhlonishwa, ngibonga kakhulu sihlalo wendlu yamakhosi, sibonge kakhulu kumakhosi onke akhona. Sibonge kumalunga eParliament kuzwelonke nalapho kwisifundazwe. Angazi ke kulabo abasiphethe ukuthi ukhona nonezimemezelo afuna ukusenzela zona. Angibuke lapha kumnyango ukuthi ninazo yini imemezelo eninazo sivale senimemezele. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Secretariat from National Cocta has got the details in terms of lunch. They had not advised us on the arrangements. Maybe if we can ask the Secretariat to just update us on the lunch arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lunch will be served on the first floor in boardroom 3. There will be ushers outside to take Yamakosi and members up to the venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thanks to all the members. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Travel safely. Siyabonga.